Hi friends! Welcome back to my channel. I'm Xoxo, this is Xoxo Tarot, and in today's pick a card reading, we are going to be looking at a healing message that was meant to find you. And this message is timeless, so it doesn't matter whenever you find it. As long as you're drawn to it and click on it, there should be a message for you. Now, if you're completely new to pick a card readings, I'll quickly explain how they work. I have 4 different readings here with 4 different piles. Typically, I usually have crystals on the deck, but today, the deck that we are going to be using is the deck that we will finish off with for healing. I'll go through the reading in a second, but essentially, all you need to do is pick the pile that you feel most drawn to. If you feel drawn to more than one, feel free to check out more than one, but if you feel drawn to none of them, then I would say there's likely no messages in this reading for you. You can click on one and try and figure it out, because what I do in the beginning of each of my readings is I do what's called an energy check, and in that energy check I give you the opportunity to ask yourself if this reading is going to resonate for you or not without having to sit through the entire reading. So looking at the entire reading, the energy check is going to be around the wound in question that we're going to be healing. So in the beginning, I'm going to be looking at the wound that is coming up for healing. If that resonates and it sounds like, yeah, I have this wound, then that reading is for you. If it doesn't, then I would try a different pile. Now, with that being said, there could be multiple wounds coming up for healing in different piles. So if you feel drawn to more than one, that could be why. Now, once we've looked at the wound in question, we're going to use the tarot cards to ask a couple of different questions, including a distortion you may have about this wound or about yourself because of this wound. We're going to look at how you're already healing this wound consciously or not, what you can do to bring about more healing. We're also going to look at anything that could reopen this wound that you need to be aware of, whether in your control or not. And then finally, we'll look at how you'll know you've made progress in healing this wound. Then we're going to switch gears and we're going to do kind of like a little bit of a pep talk, but more so guidance from your spirit guides. And in the cards that we're using for guidance, there will be different symbols and things like that to kind of help you recognize when the universe might be communicating with you moving forward. And then we will do final guidance and healing from the deck that you are choosing. So with that being said, we have 4 different piles or stacks of oracle decks to choose from, starting with the first oracle deck. This is the Mother Mary oracle, so she is going to be the one facilitating healing for pile 1. And then for pile 2, we are going to be using the Angelic Lightwork deck. So if you're drawn to that one, that is going to be what facilitates healing in this video. And then for pile 3, we are going to be using the White Light Oracle deck. So if you are drawn to pile 3, that is the deck that we are going to use at the end. And finally, for pile 4, we are going to be using the Kali Oracle. So Kali Ma is going to be the goddess that is facilitating healing for pile 4. So go ahead and pause the video if you need to decide which pile you feel most drawn to. It is absolutely okay, like I said, to be drawn to more than one, but we are not done with this intro. We have more to talk about, starting with the fact that my candles are still a thing. So if you are interested in getting candles from my line, this is the High Priestess candle that will be linked down below. Be sure to use code Xoxo10 for 10% off. But in each High Priestess candle, there is a mini tarot card that comes in it, and I have not opened this yet, so we will see what the mini tarot card is in here. We will also make a wish together, and once we see what the mini tarot card is, I will use that as a little mini reading for us. So what is our card? Ooh, our card today is the 10 of Pentacles. So I will get into that in a second, but I'm going to go ahead and ask you to set your intentions for whatever this wish is and to put your focus and energy into this candle. And I'm going to do the same. Feel free to pause if you're still setting your intentions, but now I'm going to go ahead and light this candle and seal in our wishes. Okay, may all our wishes come true. Thank you for making a wish with me. If it got super dark, that is because a storm is rolling in. So With that being said, for some of you, there could be some chaos coming in for you, just because the fact that we have this storm that's literally rolling in as I speak. But one thing that I'm hearing is that your family, or the people you consider to be family, could be an excellent support system. One specific message that I'm getting is for those of you who are really struggling when it comes to survival fears and also career and legacy. One thing that I'm hearing is that there could be a storm picking up in your life that could be a bit chaotic, but where it's leading you to is a path that is a path of abundance, security, and legacy. I'm also hearing here that family could be an excellent source of support. Like I said, this doesn't have to be biological family. It could be real, it could be like biological or a created family of your choosing. They could be an excellent support system or source of inspiration during a time of chaos or hectic energy for you. With that being said as well, the 10 of Pentacles is also about, I know I've said family a lot, but if you were thinking about starting a family or building your family or adding on to your family, that could be an excellent sign that the divine is laying down the foundations for that to happen, or a sign to continue working towards that goal. And another one that I have is that the wounds that we're healing today could be very significant in terms of helping you heal connections with your family members, or helping you heal in the future so that the family you either create or the families that you become a part of in the future are stronger, healthier, happier, and more long lasting. And like by families, I mean like communities that you may create, or like, for example, if you're a teacher, you know, you kind of have like a little mini family every year, or like, well, if you teach younger grades. But with that being said, I feel like this 10 of Pentacles is really talking a lot about security and stability and legacy. And I think whatever you're working towards, or if you are searching to be working towards something, that is leading you to a place of stability and long-term success and happiness. So if you feel very lost and you've been asking the universe to guide you where you need to go and help you find the place you're meant to be, the thing you're meant to be doing, I think that any chaos that happens in your life in the near future is exactly what is leading you towards that. And if you are already working towards that, this is just a positive sign that you're absolutely right about that. So that is our little mini reading, but I wanted to go ahead and finish off this intro with a little message about healing. And this message about healing actually comes from the same author of these 4 decks. I'm just going to quickly read some excerpts that I think could be helpful in terms of how you look at healing, and just stuff that kind of helped me too. So this is not going to take too long, I promise. I hope you can still see it. It got dark so quickly. But we're starting right here. Healing takes work. It isn't a magic moment with no effort involved on our part, though you might be surprised at how many people think that way and will hand over all their power over to a healer or even a goddess in hope of circumventing the difficult part of their healing process. The grace required for healing is a type of magic, but it doesn't end with our responsibility. It is more like getting a supercharged spiritual vitamin shot with the energy we need to be able to gain insights, trigger shifts of consciousness, and integrate what we have learned so that we can implement new behaviors that are more aligned with our developing consciousness. And then, so this book talks about goddesses specifically, but there is this part, so this is about Goddess Tara, which if you pick one of these decks, she might come out. I'm not sure though. But with that being said, I'm going to kind of skip the Tara part just because that may not resonate for everyone, but there is this part about healing that I want to find. So, issues that may have been immovable for decades suddenly begin to destabilize so that healing becomes a real possibility. As this starts to occur, it can feel like an extraordinary, miraculous, and unfathomable lightening of our load. When you have lived with a wound for a long time, you can come to believe that it is a part of you and nothing can be done about it. You might not even be able to imagine life without it, especially where the wound is deep and where the wound is a deep and pervasive presence within you and therefore your life. Yet Tara, and also Spirit, is so much vaster than any of our struggles. Her grace and Spirit's grace changes what is possible for us. So I really wanted to read this part because I just wanted to give like a reminder of the fact that, you know, wounds can become so deeply ingrained in us that we think that they're a part of us. And it can be crazy how when we do that healing, how much lighter we feel and how much we realize we've been carrying without even noticing it or just becoming used to it. And also just the fact that healing is possible and that you deserve to heal in any way you can, and that you deserve to feel good. You deserve to feel joy, and you deserve to feel whole and healed, not for any reason other than because you're a living, breathing human being that is worthy and deserving of unconditional love. So with that being said, I'm gonna wrap up this intro now, and we're gonna go ahead and get into the piles. So go ahead and scroll down to the description box or the comment section where I'll have every single timestamp for each reading. And once you've picked your pile or piles, I will see you in your reading. Hi there, Pile 1. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Mother Mary Oracle, then this is going to be your reading on the healing that was meant to find you today. So we're going to start with the wound that needs to be healed. Now, with these top 3 cards, these cards don't exist yet, and that is because they were just sent to me by Threads of Fate. These are 3 new decks that Threads of Fate is trying to get produced, and they actually have a Kickstarter that is launching the day that I upload this. So if this Kickstarter is still live and you are interested in getting these decks for yourself, 1 is a tarot deck and 2 are oracle decks. 1 is rune related and the other is just an oracle deck. Definitely feel free to support their Kickstarter down below, but we're gonna go ahead and start. So to start, we have the High Sage, which is the High Priestess, and this is the deck that I'm most excited about because it has that reflective coding like the Empyrean Oracle. So this is meant to be the Empyrean Tarot. I've used the Empyrean Oracle in a lot of my videos recently. So if you want to know what that deck looks like, check out my most recent healing video. I think it's there. But we have the High Priestess. We have the rune Hagalaz. I don't know. I'm not scared of you, pronunciation police. And we also have Illusion. That's a lie. I'm actually very afraid. Please be nice to me. Let's see. And we also have these 2 cards, which are just my decks, which you've probably seen many times. We have this Ego card that says, I forgive myself for not making the changes I know would better support me in the realization of my desires. I choose to believe that deeper comfort and fulfillment await me, and I may effortlessly receive them once I surrender the shift required to get there. And finally, we have the theme of letting go, with the trigger statement being, this is not the way it's supposed to be, and the true statement being, I am free. Lift up your burdens and allow the divine to free you from them. Allow yourself to be cleansed of anything that is weighing you down. Whew. So, Pile 1. I definitely think, like, right off the bat, the wound that's coming in to be healed, it's kind of a... ironically, there's not one specific wound, but I feel like it ultimately comes down to you struggle to trust yourself, but you also struggle to trust the greater universe and the guidance you might be receiving. I'm really intrigued by the fact that we have 2 hands that are like lifted up like this, and also the fact that there's 3 heads in this oracle, not oracle, that's actually a tarot card, in this tarot card. And I think that that is because there's different parts of you kind of at war for control. And I think the one that has been winning is, I don't want to say it's like the lower mind, because it's not less than, it's just less aware. It's kind of like the habitual mind, I guess is what I would say. Where I feel like you've been doing a lot of inner work. And if you haven't been doing inner work, then I think at the very least you've been trying to apply what you feel to be true to your outside world, like for example, maybe by trying to change your habits or things like that. Or maybe even for some of you, this wound could just have to do with escapism and using addiction as a way to escape some of your problems, or using it as a way to soothe yourself, even though it's not truly soothing you, it's just kind of like suppressing an issue for a little bit. It's quite possible that this wound could have to do with, this wound could maybe prevent you from getting closer to yourself because you don't want to face that specific wound, which I feel like in that case, that would be just a wound around self, a wound around trusting yourself, maybe a wound around being kind to yourself, or a wound around letting go of the need to know exactly how things are going to turn out in order to be open to something greater than yourself. But I feel like more than anything, it seems like something isn't clicking and it's really frustrating you. And I think what isn't clicking might be different for each of you, but I think the process that you're trying to get clicked is one where you feel more in tune with the actions that you're taking, and the actions that you're taking align with what you feel to be true about yourself and align with the level of consciousness you've achieved at any given point in time or space. But you might be like, Asa, what the hell are you saying? And what I'm saying is that I feel like your actions don't match what you feel is the version of you, or the most updated version of you that you are now. And that might be causing some frustration. But there's also like that energy of, you know how like you could be really up really late at night and you just get this surge of motivation, like I'm going to fix my life, and you just like go down a Pinterest rabbit hole and you're just like, I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna do that and I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna do that, and then you go to bed and you're all excited and you're like, tomorrow everything changes, and then you wake up and you're like, I'm exhausted, and then you go and do the exact same things that you've been trying to change and that you know you should change, but you just can't help yourself. You're exhausted, or you're this or you're that, and it just happens. And so you see yourself stuck in this cycle that you're consciously aware of you want to break, but it seems like for whatever reason you're struggling to do that, or you're struggling to deal with the fact that changing your habits is harder than you thought. And you may even feel like you're powerless to stop this, or you may be starting to feel really frustrated with yourself, or you might even be just really unkind to yourself or hard on yourself because you think that you should be at a better place right now. Like maybe, for example, there are certain bad habits that you've had for decades or longer than you anticipated to have them. Like when you pictured the older version of yourself, you thought you would have that figured out by now, or you thought you would have XYZ healed by now, or you thought you would be a different person. And I think now this is maybe leading to some stress, like especially if you've had a birthday recently or something that has just really made you aware of your own mortality and how much time has passed, which time is an illusion anyway, so really, has any time passed? But I can see where you may be feeling like anxiety and feeling like you're running out of time, or like you need to be doing more, or just really frustrated with yourself. And I think actually all of this is kind of coming together to create like less of a wound and more of a weight that's making it more stressful to change, because now you've got all of this like, I don't want to say negative energy, but emotional energy pent up around what seems to be your inability to change. And I actually think one thing that I really need you to discard is if you have told anyone about like plans that you've wanted to change or things you've wanted to do, and they've discouraged you or said like, how are you going to do that? Like, you can't even do this. Like, for example, when I was younger, like I used to say like, oh, I want to go to school in a different state. And my mom would be like, how are you going to do that when you don't even like to talk to people on the phone? Which, like, fair, but still, like, it didn't help. And anyway, I can talk to people on the phone now. I still prefer not to. I would literally rather hop on an international flight than make a 2-minute phone call. So it's just my preferences. But I think that you might be dealing with that in the sense that maybe people discourage you when you talk about the ways in which you want to change, or say like, oh, how are you going to do that? Like, you're not like this, or you're not like that. And I think part of this wound around change may come from the fact that you idealize the version of yourself you want to be. And I think this version of yourself is one that is not practical, or one that could not exist without like an insane amount of time, effort, and energy and money, or an insane amount of like, I feel like the version of yourself that you're idealizing is either completely unrealistic / impossible, or one that you're like idealizing from maybe, for example, like maybe you're idealizing the way like a celebrity lives or something like that, and not taking into account the fact that like, you know, they have an entire team that curates and does tons of stuff for them, and they have like tons of money and time and resources to do things that us folks don't necessarily get to. And also what they might be talking about, they may not even do in the slightest. So this illusion card here is something that is definitely speaking to me, because I feel like you might be beating yourself up over illusions. Like, for example, if you see a celebrity who has like an amazing body that you wish you had, you might be like beating yourself up for that. Well, they may not even be healthy whatsoever. They may be hurting themselves in order to achieve that body. They may be photoshopping and doing things like that. Like, it may not even really exist, and you might be beating yourself up because you're working so hard, or you want to change and you don't know how. And I think that's just an example, but the core of it is it seems like you're placing an ideal that doesn't really exist on yourself and then beating yourself up for not being able to achieve it, which is kind of madness when you think about it, because you're literally punishing yourself for being human and for being imperfect. And I think that there is a real need when it comes to this wound to let go of how you think you should look or how you think you should show up. And I also think there's a need to let go of images of what you think perfection or healing look like, and instead be open to, what does healing feel like? What does a more whole version of me feel like, instead of like, what does it look like? Because I think maybe if you're doing things based on looks, you're giving yourself this you're doing something that's based on appearance rather than based in energy. And I think the goal for you healing and for making sustainable changes is something that will actually feel good for you, and something that will also not be so challenging or difficult that it becomes unrealistic. I think that the biggest things that you need to know before we get into the tarot and things like that is that your body, your mind, your emotions know what you need more than you realize. And I think with this High Priestess card being here, a lot of what is continuing to make this wound happen is you may be recognizing like what you're doing wrong, or recognizing that something needs to change, but then you might be getting overwhelmed about the fact that that needs to change, or you don't know what you need to do, or you don't know how you're going to do it. And then you might get so overwhelmed by that you just take the action that you know to be familiar, and then become discouraged because you don't know the solution. And I think a lot of the solution lies in you just willing to be still. Especially if you're the type of person to take immediate action, I think the universe might be encouraging you to really take a step back and listen to yourself, and do like almost like a body scan, like tune into your emotions and like learn to clear your mind. So if you're someone with a racing mind that doesn't really know how to slow down, it might be really helpful for you to look into like breathing techniques or calming meditations at the very least, so you can start to train your mind to slow down, because it's not going to happen immediately, but it's like any sort of training. If you live a sedentary lifestyle, it's probably going to be really hard to run a marathon tomorrow. It takes lots of training, takes time, takes energy. So I think with this, one thing you need to stop doing is beating yourself up. But second, I think the solution to this chaos has a lot more to do with you letting go of what you think you should be doing, and instead just be open to what is working for me, what is going to make me feel good, and what am I holding on to that is unnecessary. If you're holding on to something because you should, or something like that, shoulds need to go, they need to leave, they need to go far away to, like, I don't know, not this planet. But I also think that one thing that you need to know as well is that the burden of all these changes is not solely on you. The universe is encouraging you while you're trying to make those changes. I think the biggest thing is just focusing on when your conscious linear mind starts getting overwhelmed, or starts getting upset, or starts to tell you that you should be looking a certain way, or that you should be showing up in a certain way, and that's going to make you feel better. Recognizing that as an illusion. And also recognizing the illusions that you see in your everyday reality that make you feel like you're not doing enough, or make you feel like, even if you do make changes, for example, like let's say you do a great job and you make some sustainable changes, and then you see someone else say, don't do this thing, do this instead. And it like invalidates what you've been doing, even though it's helping and working for you. Like, the wound is around trust, I think, ultimately. You don't really trust yourself. I feel like you maybe don't trust your ability to change, or you don't trust your ability to know what's best for you. And you may not trust the universe in terms of guiding you towards what is most aligned with you, and you may not trust the guidance that you've been receiving in general. And so I definitely think the ultimate wound is around trust, but I think the biggest thing that you need to know is that you don't need to beat yourself up for that, because not trusting yourselves is very common. But I think actually healing this wound could be incredibly empowering for you, because it'll give you the opportunity to realize that not only do you like know what you need and have a good idea of like, you know, what matters to you and what works for you, but then you can also be your own best advocate and not allow other people or outside opinions to sway you into doing something that doesn't work for you, or sway you into doing something that that just goes into like self-betrayal territory, if you know what I mean. Like not choosing yourself and instead people pleasing or choosing what someone else wants can be a form of self-betrayal. And I think ultimately this wound has to do with trusting yourself, how you see yourself, and things like that. And I think one of the biggest things too is to know that a lot of the things you may be holding on to are primarily mental in nature. So, and the cool thing is that your brain, you can tell that bitch to shut up. Like, you can tell it to stop doing things, and it might try to fight you back, but ultimately you top your brain. Your brain does not top you. Like, you are daddy and your brain is baby, and with enough work and constant reinforcement, even the toughest mental patterns can be worked through. Now, obviously, there are things like neurodivergence and things like that, but I'm talking about like things that are, you know, habits and things that are things like, you know, the way we talk to ourselves and things that we can consciously change. I have ADHD. I can't change my ADHD. If you're neurodivergent, you can't change your neurodivergence, but you can change how you look at it. You can change how you support it. So, for example, you know, if you are neurodivergent and you're taking tons of advice from neurotypicals who don't have the same struggles or same like executive functioning issues or whatever it may be for you, you know, it may be helpful to look at people who have the same or similar neurologies to you, and maybe like that advice will help better. But especially like if you're holding yourself to standards that you literally are impossible to meet, whether physically, mentally, or something like that, it's just so important to remember that you are not less than because you are different, and you are not less than because you haven't found a way to figure something out yet. And I also think just one thing that you need to know is that you're not beyond hope, and it's not hopeless. You deserve to feel safe, and you deserve to feel good about yourself. And I think a lot of this healing has to do with trusting yourself enough to get there, and trusting what is going to work with you without needing the validation of other people to tell you what's right or wrong. Because I think that's the thing, is like, because of your own lack of trust within yourself, you may be looking for other people to validate what you're thinking or feeling in order for you to trust it yourself. And I think that actually that desire to seek validation outside of yourself, in terms of like I said earlier, you know, if you're telling people about these changes you want to make, and they discourage you or say, oh, you can't do that, you know, that would be a perfect example of where that need for validation is overriding your ability to make change, because you're listening and trusting to people outside of yourself. And so I definitely think this is going to be a beautiful wound to heal, because you're going to realize that you've been doing better than you think you are, and it's going to make it less challenging for you to make sustainable changes, because you'll be lowering your expectations of what's actually doable for you, and also you'll be finding solutions that actually support the person you're becoming, rather than just like seeing what's out there and trying what sticks. So we're gonna give these cards a good shuffle. This deck is already a published deck by Threads of Fate, but they were kind enough to send me the full version of this deck. I would show you like the boxes and things like that, but like I said, these decks don't exist yet. I literally just got a couple cards of each, and I think they're really awesome. So like I said, that Kickstarter will be down below. I don't know where my questions went. Okay, there we go. Let me do just like one more. Let's give her one more shuffle and then we'll go for it. I hope that made sense though. That was kind of jumbled. And see, even me right now, I'm starting to get nervous. Like I'm worrying about, did any of that make sense? I don't know. I'm not trusting myself. So I definitely think like, can I just pile one? I know it's hard to want to trust yourself, especially when you've been stuck with yourself your entire life and you have awareness of yourself in ways other people don't. But not only do you deserve to trust yourself, but you deserve to remember the fact that your voice, your opinion, your needs matter just as much as anyone else's. Just because someone exists outside of yourself doesn't mean they're inherently better or worse than you. We are all connected to the same source, and you exist for a reason, and your existence matters, and your ability to trust yourself and live the existence that's most aligned with your heart and with your soul and who you feel you're true to be, who you feel to be true to you. Like, it is so important that you're able to explore that and support that and follow that in any way you can. And if you're not on board with that, like, it's going to be a lot harder to get there. And so I just want you to know how much you deserve to let go of what doesn't serve you and let go of what has held you back or make you feel bad about yourself, because we can't change the past, but the future we are creating in every moment. And I just cannot stress how much you deserve to feel good, and you deserve to trust yourself, and you deserve to take action that feels effortless, in the sense that it uplifts you and it feels good and it just isn't so challenging and difficult all the time. You deserve to live with a brain that doesn't berate you. You deserve to live and feel your emotions and not feel shame for them. You deserve to just be able to exist and not feel guilty for that. Like, you just deserve to feel good. You deserve to be here, and you deserve to feel safe, and you deserve to feel heard. And I think the first person that you need to start allowing yourself to hear is you. I think once you know how to hear yourself, then you can pay attention to other people that do or don't hear you or listen to you as well. I think there's a lot when it comes to just centering in your own awareness and just being aware of what's going on, rather than trying to distract or deflect or escape. That's really just going to help you. I feel like more than anything, it's like, the more you face the problem, the more you'll realize like how unkind you're being to yourself, or how unfairly you are beating yourself up. And also you'll be able to recognize where people's own shadows or wounds are getting in the way of their ability to be supportive for other people, or recognize that people have different needs and different ways of being. And yeah, I feel like this pile gets a lot of unsolicited advice that may just bring about more confusion than help. So just know that you don't have to take any unsolicited advice. And if somebody does give you unsolicited advice that you're worried, like, oh, should I take that? Just look at the advice they're giving and ask yourself if you would trade lives with them in terms of whatever advice they're giving you. And if you wouldn't trade lives, maybe don't take that. Even if you would trade lives, but the advice doesn't sound right, you don't have to take any advice that doesn't serve you. Like I said, you know yourself better than anyone else does. And, well, except for the divine. The divine knows you better than you know you. And that's why connecting with it will help you get even closer to the truth of who you really are and allow you to express that in the material realm. But yeah, okay. Whew. With that being said, let's go ahead and start by looking at a distortion that you have about yourself / this wound. So what is a distortion that pile 1 has about this wound or about themselves that they should be aware of? We have the 8 of... Okay, this makes a lot of sense. I feel like the first distortion that you have is that making change, or that change in general, or like making the changes that would serve you most, should be easy. Like they should just happen, or that if you make XYZ changes, then you'll just automatically feel good about your life, or you'll feel better. You won't feel this same pressure or the same weight. And I feel like what the universe wants you to know is that like true change takes time, and it takes consistency. Like, I think they say it takes like 21 days for a habit to start forming. And I feel like you might have expectations about when you should be seeing results. Like, I've done 5 sit-ups, like, where are my abs? Like, which, I mean, same. But you might struggle to be consistent with certain habits because you don't get immediate results. or you might struggle to just maintain routines because you haven't seen the results yet, or you feel like maybe you're not aware of all the progress you're making, or you just think that I feel like there's just almost this kind of either expectation or underlying belief that you should just be able to get everything figured out and then everything will be smooth sailing, or everything will be fine, or that you should just be able to make changes easily and swiftly and the results of those changes should come about just as quickly. And I think that Spirit is really encouraging you to be patient and also to give things enough time to start working. For example, there are a lot of things that just take time to start working. I don't know why I can't even think of an example right now, but it's almost like you're planting a seed and you're expecting that seed to bloom within 4 hours. Plants take time to grow and to evolve, and I think that you're expecting yourself to make and create monumental change in very little time, and I think that the universe is asking you to kind of rein in your expectations and recognize that the best habits and the best ways of going about things isn't always a very extreme all or nothing push, but instead one that is habitual and gradual. And an example I'm thinking of is when Kim Kardashian was saying she lost tons of weight to fit in that Marilyn dress, and I'm not going to get into all that, but just even that statement of I lost XYZ in this amount of weeks, having that expectation, which I'm not talking about weight loss in general, but I am just thinking any goals that you may have, and I really hope this isn't triggering anyone, so I apologize if it is, but I the point of what I'm trying to say here is that there are tons of unrealistic and also unhealthy examples of quote unquote progress that we see all the time, and you may be expecting yourself to be able to make the same progress or even more in a short condensed amount of time, and it may just be that you overestimate how much you can get done in a specific time period, or overestimate how much you think you should have done. And I think that the universe is really asking you to take a step back and ask yourself where are your goals rooted in? Are they rooted in feeling good and feeling healthy, for example, or are they rooted in fitting in a historic dress that should have never been put on in the first place? All right, I just said my take. I'm done. I'm done with that. But the point being, with this 8 of Wands being here, I feel like you just have unrealistic expectations about how quickly things should be done. And I also think that you are holding yourself to timelines that are unfair to yourself, and holding yourself to unrealistic goals that no normal human could meet in the time period that you have stated. And so it might just make it even more stressful for yourself. I feel like there's this part of you that thinks it should be more effortless, or that you should just be able to figure it out and it should be easy. But change is hard, really, really hard. And any change in general takes time and effort. And I feel like your guides are really just encouraging you to not hold yourself to any time frames, or hold yourself to rigid and strict standards of what you think healing should look like, or what you think this change in your goals should look like, or what you think progress looks like, because it's going to be different for everyone. And sometimes finding what works takes time. You might have to do things differently for 2 weeks in order to notice a difference. You might have to, everything just takes time. And so I think the distortion here is just trusting yourself and trusting in the idea that when you know for sure something won't work, you'll be at that point. Don't give up on something just because you haven't seen results yet. I feel like there's kind of this energy of, you'll know in your heart when something truly isn't working, but it's important to at the very least give something a chance. Give it enough time to start working, for example, or give it enough time for results to be a thing. If you have a chia pet, for example, that chia pet's probably not going to grow in 2 hours. Doesn't mean the chia pet failed, just means that your timing is a little bit unrealistic of how much it can grow. But with that being said, let's see how you're already healing this wound. So how is pile 1 already healing this wound? We have the high stage. So this is awesome. I feel like one way you're already healing this is that you're either consciously aware of the fact that you don't trust yourself, or you may be doing things like tarot, or you may be just doing anything that is getting you more in touch with your intuition. I definitely feel like you're trying to get more in touch with yourself. But I think what's maybe getting in the way of that is maybe, like, for example, you do readings, but you don't write them down. Or you get readings done, or you watch readings like this online, but you don't consciously take the information from them, or you forget them. So, like, that would be a great example to, like, write things down, especially things that hit particularly hard for you. But also, I think that there is this intuitive awareness that, like, whatever you're doing now isn't working. And I think you also know that the inner part of you is, like, dying to be heard. And I think that you have been making efforts to listen to that part of yourself. I think you're just having a hard time trusting what it's telling you. And so I think the universe is saying continue to keep getting in touch with yourself in the ways that work for you. And one thing I also wanted to mention is that meditation in general does not have to be like you sitting and just like umming and things like that. Like, meditation really is anything that gets you in the flow and gets you into the awareness of the present moment and just into awareness. And so for you, meditating might be walking, it might be movement, it might be dancing, it might be through art, something that's keeping your hands busy. That's absolutely okay. I feel like, once again, you know, you might be looking up techniques or ways to get in touch with yourself, and those techniques may or may not work. Don't let, you know, the credibility of the source or the credibility of the information override what you know to be true to you. So, you know, if it's like, for example, like, if let's say you're allergic to oranges and a doctor tells you, like, the only way to heal is with orange juice, and you're like, well, I can't, I'm allergic to oranges. And then the doctor's like, well, I just said orange juice, which I don't think a real doctor would say that. Let's say it's a fake doctor on TV saying that. And so obviously you're not going to drink orange juice because it's going to make you sick, but then you might be beating yourself up for not drinking the orange juice, even though you're allergic to it. So I feel like this is just something where you know yourself better than you think you do, and it's time to start trusting yourself. For real, for real. Okay, I also want to see what you can do to heal this even more. So, Spirit, what can pile 1 do to heal this wound even more? We have the Hermit, yeah. So go within. Take time to yourself, especially if you have been kind of escaping yourself. Like, just because you spend your time alone doesn't mean you're necessarily sitting with yourself. So if you spend that time alone, you know, switching your mind off with like screens or with, you know, whatever may keep yourself entertained, but it doesn't really make you aware of yourself, I think the universe is really just encouraging you to let go of the noise that impacts your ability to listen to yourself, at the very least, until you've carved out time to listen to yourself every day. Like, it may be more beneficial for you to like start your day in a way that doesn't start with like your phone, for example. You know, maybe starting your day and paying attention to just how you're feeling. I've used this example a couple times, but for me, like, set schedules don't really work for me because my energy and like what I need on that given day are just very different, and I don't know what to anticipate. So I have like different schedule types based upon my like where my energy is at that day and what I think I can accomplish. So for you, you know, the spirit might be encouraging you to like pay attention to how you're feeling and whatever is within your control. Like, how can you support yourself for that day? Or, you know, ask yourself, like, what am I needing and what do I want and what's good, what isn't working? I feel like with this Hermit card here, there's just a real need for you to go within and trust whatever you get and to take action from that place rather than invalidate it or overanalyze it. I think more than anything, now is the time to pay attention to yourself and pay attention to the small details within and around you. Because like, even I'm actually thinking of, I don't know, maybe some of you guys, I don't know his name, but he's like a feng shui guy, and he'll like take people's, I see like little shorts of him like taking people's rooms and stuff and like making them work better for them. That's like in alignment with feng shui, for example. And so And the reason I bring up that example is that, you know, maybe even just like small tweaks in your space could make you more successful, or maybe even just conscious awareness of how much screen time you are putting in every day could be helpful. I just use that example because it's like maybe there's small details in or around you that are inhibiting you that you may not even realize. I think more than anything, this is just a call to be more aware and be less mindless. Instead of mindless, be mindful. In the sense where maybe you embrace silence for a little bit. And maybe that's kind of scary because at first that our brain is going everywhere, but that's why you learn the techniques to move through that energy and not allow it to override your brain. But also, I feel like this Hermit card is just really encouraging you to pay attention to the small details and the small bits of your day that either help or hurt you. Like, for example, if you have a 10-minute break and you use that 10-minute break to scroll online instead of like grab some food and take a second to like recenter your energy, you know, you can do either, but you know, maybe getting some food and recentering your energy might be more helpful for the next part of your shift than it would be to just scroll and not pay attention to those parts of yourself. You see what I'm saying? But more than anything, this is just a call to go within and to listen and trust the insights that you get and the things that you feel you need, and give yourself the opportunities to try that and to find ways to support those parts of yourself. So let's see. Now I want to see if there's anything that could make this wound worse that you should be aware of. So what about that? We have the Sun. Okay, yes, and this goes back to illusions. The Sun is one of the happiest cards in the deck, but the Sun also represents the ego. And your ego's idea of what healing looks like and your ego's idea of what will make you feel good looks like is very different from your soul's idea. The ego often buys into the idea of false light. And false light is in a lot of things. It's in technology, for example. It might be interesting for the moment, but like, for example, you know, most things that we consume are not necessarily aiding us very much. It usually is more draining or things like that. And I think in this case, you're really being asked to pay attention to your ego in the sense of the parts of yourself. What parts of yourself are you afraid of facing? So like, what parts of yourself are you uncomfortable with? Because those parts of yourself that you're uncomfortable with, those may be the exact things that hinder your ability to heal this wound, because you may have a hard time being aware of those parts of yourself. But more than anything, I think that this Sun card is talking about illusions of joy from the outside world. And I think a lot of that has to do with social media, because I mean, those examples have been popping up. But also this idea that we're meant to be completely joyful and happy all the time. Like, joy is an emotion, and it's a fluid emotion just like anything else. Your goal should not be ultimate bliss and joy all the time, because that's not sustainable anyway. It should be a feeling of peace and a feeling of centeredness and a comfort in the present and in the present moment. And with this Sun card being here, I feel like you're really being encouraged to pay attention to the things that you see online and the things that you see in media that make you feel inadequate, or that make you feel bad about being who you are, or make you feel like you're not doing enough. Anything that makes you feel bad about yourself or gets you in this energy of comparison, or like, I should be doing this, or they look so happy, maybe I should be doing that. Like, you know, it's so important to remember that the things that we see, especially online, are not the reality. Like, you can't see the rest of my desk. It is a disaster, all right? If you saw the rest of my desk, you'd be like, oh my God. I don't know, maybe you'd be like, that's what my desk looks like. But you don't see my messy ass hair. You don't see my running shorts that I'm in. Like, you don't see what I look like, which thank God. But like, you only see this, which like, there's a reason for it. You don't need to see the rest of my messy desk. You don't need to see the rest of that. But the point being is that you could come up with any idea of what my life looks like or what the rest of this table looks like, because you can't see it. And so when it comes to comparing yourself to anybody that you don't know, and even people that you do know, because you're only going to see so much of them, right? To be aware of when you're doing that, so that you don't start putting unnecessary pressure on yourself. You don't start comparing yourself, because there's that quote, comparison is the thief of joy. but also, you know, just this idea of like complete perfection and like, oh, if I just did this, or if I did XYZ, then I'll be completely happy. But like I said, maybe part of this healing is letting go of happiness as a goal, and instead letting it be, you know, feeling calm, feeling good, feeling at peace. And because that is a wonderful gateway for you to be aware of when you are feeling joy, and not feel that joy is like a fleeting emotion that you may never get back. But you do deserve to feel joy. I think that the one thing you just need to be aware of is buying into this illusion that the grass is greener on the other side, because it's not. And more so than anything, you know, buying into the illusion that other people are completely happy or have it completely figured out, because that is just not true in the slightest. Not true at all. And to just know that like you're just as human as everyone else, and every single one of us are suffering as a result of all of our ego's desires to project this image that is better or greater than ourselves. You know, I think we all have to learn to be more authentic and be more comfortable with authenticity, but seeking authenticity on the internet is not always easy. I mean, I try my best to be as authentic with you guys as possible, but like, you don't see my makeupless face, you don't see my messy table, but I'm letting you know it's there so you can feel a little bit better about yourselves. But more than anything, I just want you to know that like I feel like the biggest thing that would reopen this wound is just going back into this idea that other people have it better, or know more, or have it more figured out than you do, and just starting to compare yourself to this unrealistic image that's being put out on the internet, or just in media in general, because I definitely think it's media related. But I also think it could be anything, like people around you that portray this image that like everything is perfect, which they're probably not doing that intentionally. It's probably just the way you're perceiving it. But I think more than anything, letting go of the idea of what perfection is or what you think will make you happy, and instead just being open to feeling as good as you can, but at the same time, like feeling good from a heart-centered place rather than an ego-centered place, because the ego is only going to lead you to more disappointment ultimately. And yeah, does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. Oh, and also another thing, pay attention to romanticizing your past, especially either romanticizing your past or romanticizing like the past in general, or romanticizing the idea of someone else's life, or the idea of a life that is not yours. I think that in general, like, there's no problem in like romanticizing like certain things for your own enjoyment, but like when you're romanticizing like someone else's realistic life, or romanticizing like a period in history, or just like desiring to escape to a time and place that either doesn't exist anymore or isn't attainable for you in the future, like I feel like that just romanticizing could be setting yourself up for disappointment and make it harder for you to want to exist in your current reality that you do actually existed, because you have this idea of some better time and place that you're not in. But okay, now let's go ahead and look at how you'll know you've made progress in healing this wound. So how will pile 1 know they've made progress with this? Aha, we have the Page of Swords. So this is really awesome because this goes back to this awareness. With this Page of Swords card being here, you'll know that you're making progress with this healing, because you'll be aware of subtle shifts within your own energy, where like maybe things that once triggered you don't trigger you anymore, or you are implementing changes that you once thought could never be changed, or you're noticing subtle shifts in your energy where maybe like you're less overwhelmed, or you feel just more calm and more centered. That, or you just feel more inquisitive. Like maybe there's a part of you that really loves learning, or has like a really inquisitive mind that you don't really lean into anymore, because so much of your energy and focus is either on yourself or on what you're doing wrong. It's almost like there's not enough of your brain power being spent on what you're passionate about, or on what you're interested in, or like the little things that you enjoy doing just for yourself. And so maybe through healing this, you'll know it's healing once you're giving yourself the time and energy to explore those things again, or you notice those subtle shifts. I think it comes down to awareness, and also the willingness to work with your brain rather than against it, and recognize that your brain can change even if it takes time and energy. I feel like there's also just going to be an openness in terms of you wanting to explore and learn about maybe the parts of yourself you've been avoiding, or the parts of yourself that you can't change that you might feel shame about. Like, for example, neurodivergence. Like, even for some of you, maybe that's even gaining the courage or having the opportunity to get a diagnosis. Like, I went 21 years without knowing I had ADHD, and just having that like awareness of, oh, okay, this is what this is, like, was so validating and so like healing for me, because I just realized, like, it's not that I'm just like a big dumb idiot that can't seem to get it figured out. Like, there are conscious reasons. And so I think with this Page of Swords here, there will be this huge energy of surrender, which I guess maybe it's huge. It won't feel huge to you, but on the outside, it will be a really big shift for you. You just may not realize it, where instead of just holding on to everything that comes in your field and into your energy, or just holding on to what's not working or what you're doing wrong, or just getting stuck in this analysis paralysis or this kind of monkey brain energy, there's just more awareness and more, oh, I'm feeling less overwhelmed today, or, oh, I'm really noticing a difference now that I've added more protein in my diet, or, oh, like, just little small stuff like that. And I think all that small stuff will compound, and you'll realize, like, you'll just be so much more open to information that's actually useful to you, because you're able to, one, see what has already worked. You'll trust yourself more in terms of like trying new things that are going to work for you. But also, I just feel like a lot of the mental chaos that has been keeping you stuck or like keeping you held back, it's not going to be as chaotic anymore. So like, you're going to have more clarity around, you know, certain wounds and certain things that held you back. And I also just think like there's just going to be more openness towards learning more and towards looking at things from a beginner's mindset, rather than feeling like you need to know everything or you need to have everything figured out. It's like this genuine curiosity for life and what you can do to make yours even more fulfilling, or even more peaceful, or even more whatever goal you're trying to accomplish here. And I think also I feel like there will be a part of you that gets more interested either in like occult things or things that get you in touch with your intuition, where you may want to start learning certain things, or you may just want to start learning about things that just pique your interest. Like, you may just spend more time and energy exploring and engaging with life rather than escaping and avoiding life. Does that make sense? But with that being said, we're going to get into some like small messages from your guides. So these are all different things. Like, for example, we're going to start with this card, and this is something that your guides want you to know about yourself. And that is, I am a problem solver. So there's Virgo energy here, which Virgo is in the Hermit. So the biggest thing that your guides want you to know is that you are a problem solver, and that there is no problem that you can't solve. It may take some time and energy. It may take, you know, some trial and error, but it's not only possible, but you can do it. You're smart enough. You are resourceful enough. That was the word I was looking for. And you have an analytical ability to see what's not working, and you're able to see the details that may contribute to that as well. You are a problem solver, and the more you trust in your ability to solve those problems rather than just lament about the fact that the problems exist, I think the happier and healthier you will be as a person. Now, this is a crystal that you are being recommended you use. And while I read it, I'm going to go get it. So we have pyrite. Pyrite, aka fool's gold, sorry for hitting you, is a metallic sulfide mineral. It's blingy, confident vibes. This is pyrite. It's blingy, confident vibes, an often perfect cubic structure. Not her, but she's still beautiful. Align us with nature's power to give energy to amazing, beautiful things like you, baby. I agree. And see, imagine if this pyrite was like, I'm not a perfect cube. I'm not good enough. Like, look at how gorgeous she is. Like, imagine if she was beating herself up about that. You don't deserve that. Pyrite doesn't deserve that. Who needs it? The chronically lethargic and anyone sleeping on their potential. Where to put it? Pyrite is often used near the solar plexus or will center, but it works wonders anywhere you need a boost of masculine energy. For example, on the fellas, the low abdomen. Just saying. And when to use it on that romantic weekend from the kids, and whenever the energy to power through feels shrouded in dark matter. Call on your core power. Then we have a flower that your guides might show up in. And for you, it's a daffodil. Oh, yes. And it represents rebirth and new beginnings. New beginnings are often disguised as painful endings. So I definitely think your guides are really wanting you to know that these changes that you're wanting to happen and the changes that are coming are not only meant for you, but like they will happen more effortlessly than you realize. I think these shifts are going to take less effort and energy than you think. But we also have, look at that, we have the number 0. There is no beginning and no end. All is infinite. It is time to develop your spiritual side. You are gaining new sight and understanding of both godly and earthly things. I am limitless. So your guides are reminding you that you are limitless, you are infinite. So you may see them in the infinity sign or in zeros in general. But a 0 is just the void, and the void is nothingness, and out of nothing, everything can be created. So rather than seeing it as nothing, see it as everything. And then this is an animal that your guides may come through as. So for you, we have the koi fish, and it says, there is always enough. So if you ever feel like you're not deserving of healing or that there's not enough for you, it's important to remember that you are not only so valuable, but there's always enough for you. There is no such thing as taking up too much space. There is no such thing as there not being enough for you, or that you shouldn't take space. Like, that's complete bullshit, and the world needs you. You exist for a reason. But with that being said, we are going to go ahead and finish this message off with a healing message from Mother Mary, from the Mother Mary Oracle. But there is going to be a healing practice after we read the description, and I want to give you the opportunity to have that healing practice with me. So from this point forward, there won't be any ads. Like, I will consciously make sure there's no ads during this healing portion. But if you want to thank me for that, feel free to let the other ones play in the background or do any of the other things I list at the end to support me. But once we see what the healing practice is, I'll tell you what to do and we'll get there when we get there. But with that being said, Mother Mary, what healing and guidance do you have for our pile ones to finish off this reading and that you would like them to be aware of? Beautiful. We have Our Lady of Growth Assured. That is awesome. Okay, I'm so excited to look at this now. So I'm going to start, actually, if you want to screenshot this card, I'm going to hold it up so you can see it. Focus, camera. So if you want to screenshot that, there she is. Feel free to do that. But I am going to put her here. Take a little sip of water. And we're going to get into what the card says. And then we are going to do the healing practice, whatever it may be. So, yeah. Where is it? Can't find it. Okay, there we go. There is a beautiful manifestation which you've long desired coming to fruition now. It is important to the well-being of your own soul and the healing of our world that you have patience and allow this birth to happen at the best timing. If it happens too soon or too late, there will be unnecessary complications. I will take care of the timing, and as you trust me, you will find the birth of your dreams happen. You will find the birth of your dream happens naturally and with great joy. Beautiful. There is something that you are considering embarking on, whether a new project or taking a chance on a new interest or social connection or even a new philosophy. Perhaps it is a letting go that will lead to a new start. The Oracle of Our Lady of Growth Assured comes to tell you that your success is already determined in heaven. What needs to be is now your continued effort and prayer, surrender, and patience on the physical plane, and most importantly, your positive expectation without any attachment to how it will happen, that your situation is working out and will manifest perfectly. If we want to manifest something truly special in our lives, something that perhaps is a little out of the ordinary or contrary to what most people think is possible, then the blessing of Our Lady of Growth Assured is very helpful. To manifest, we start with the inspiration or the impulse from our heavenly divine self. That translates into inspired ideas, then thoughts, and perhaps plans. As we add our heart and passionate energy into the mix, we generate the fire we need to eventually act on opportunities in the physical world so that our manifestations can be complete and successful. The more extraordinary our desired manifestation, the more it is likely to challenge mass beliefs or tip our world upside down, even in the most wonderful way, and the more likely it is that there will be delays or difficulties with our manifestation. That is because we will be bumping up against some powerful opposing forces. The negative expectations of the world can cause even the brightest spirit to slump from time to time, losing energy and forgetting to trust in the unconditional love and incredible power of the Divine Mother. So when this happens, our manifestation process might get a little bumpy, hitting some snags here and there. If we come back to our center using the healing process for this oracle, we speed the process up again, getting back on track. So it's so funny that all of that message about patience is coming through. But I will say before we do the healing affirmation and I finish reading this, if you want to save this video so you can come back to it and do the healing practice, you should do that. And maybe also like it if you're enjoying it and you got this far. Our Lady of Growth Assured comes to tell us to not give up. She tells us to have patience and work on feeling open-hearted and open-minded about our manifestations and how they can come into being. We work on feeling the energy of what we want to create. So if it is abundance, for example, we work on cultivating that feeling of abundance as best as we can, all the while remaining open to the manifestation of our intentions without attachment as to how, when, or what it will look like. She tells us not to turn away in fear of failure, especially as when this oracle comes to us, our manifestation is actually not far away at all. There is an expression that it is always darkest before dawn. That is true with the manifestation process. Often when all seems most hopeless, the signs of future life of our desires are apparently non-existent. It is the moment before the birth. We must keep our faith and not require that we see all in advance or even that we have proof along the way that something is happening. It can be hard to trust in such circumstances, but if it helps bring your dreams to life, then it is worth the effort. The Oracle of Our Lady of Growth Assured brings you help in trusting in your process now and a message that your desires are coming to life. Trust and know in your heart that your growth is assured and that your dreams are manifesting at the perfect time and in the perfect way. Beautiful. Okay, let's get ready to do our healing affirmation. So what I'm going to ask you to do is, if you're not in a place where you're alone and can kind of sit with yourself, so if you're in a chaotic place, then save this part of the reading and wait until you are either alone or in a place where you can have a couple moments to yourself. And I'm going to assume if you're still watching, then you are already there. So what I want you to do is to sit in a way where your feet are either firmly planted on the ground or you're sitting crisscross applesauce, something like that. If you're laying down, maybe sit upright, but if it feels right for you to lay down, feel free to do that. But with that being said, if you don't visualize things, that's absolutely okay. Just intend for it to happen. The intention and the energy behind it is absolutely enough. But now I have to do the hard thing, which is slow myself down because I'm in channeling mode. But let's just start by taking a couple of deep breaths. And if you need to take more, feel free to pause and do that. But just take a couple of breaths to where you get to a point where you are centered within yourself. And now I'm going to ask you to close your eyes. Maybe take another deep breath. And now I want you to imagine or perceive a garden that is thriving and with life. There are new shoots and mature plants. This garden is well balanced and healthy. You notice a woman in lovely robes seated on the ground next to a garden bed with a child who is enjoying playing in the soil. At the child's hands, there is a fresh green baby shoot sticking up in the soil. The child looks at it and begins to tug at it, trying to make it grow faster. The woman laughs and gently touches the child's hand. The child stops tugging and waits. Together, they watch the shoot as it grows. It matures in its own time with the loving care of the lady and the attention of the child. Notice if the plant stays young or grows into a mature plant. Notice if it has leaves or flowers or fruit. Just be with what happens in your creative visualization. And when you are ready, say the following affirmation aloud to complete your process 3 times. So just continue to sit, and if your eyes are closed, feel free to either turn the volume down if you want to continue visualizing, or hit the space bar if you're not done sitting in your visualization yet, but continue to keep your eyes closed. And once you are ready, I am going to say this affirmation 3 times. Feel free to say it out loud or in your head, whatever works best for you. But I'm going to start now. My spiritual growth and heart's desire manifest in the perfect time and the perfect way. Assured of success by the Divine Mother's grace. My spiritual growth and heart's desire manifest in the perfect time and the perfect way. Assured of success by the Divine Mother's grace. My spiritual growth and heart's desire manifest in the perfect time and the perfect way. Assured of success by the Divine Mother's grace. And feel free to open your eyes whenever you are ready, but definitely let me know how that worked for you. Feel free to hold on to this and write down the timestamps of the healing part specifically if you need it. But pile 1, that is where I'm going to leave this reading. So feel free to let me know if that helped and you guys want me to do more of this. It's kind of more experimental. So if you want to do more healing stuff like this, definitely let me know. If you just want me to read the card or not do the healing process, let me know what works for you, and let me know if it helped at all for you to hear the healing message at the end, or if the reading helped. But if you would like to support me and show appreciation for this reading and what I do, like I said, you can leave the ads running in the background while you do something else. That is super helpful. You can check out a video with an extended. You can check out my candles. Be sure to use the code ASO10 for 10% off. You can also check out my merch as well as my social media, which will be linked down below. And be sure to check out the Threads of Fate Kickstarter if you are interested in them coming out with these new decks. So, is there anything else? I don't think so. That's all I have for you guys. So thank you so much for watching and for being here. I hope that, like the video, comment down below, let me know how it resonated, and subscribe if you haven't already. But that being said, thank you guys so much for watching and for being here. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, Pile 2. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Angelic Lightwork Oracle, then this is going to be your reading on the healing message that was meant to find you. If you would like a full breakdown of the reading, there is one in the intro. So we're going to start by looking at the wound that is coming up to be healed. And I want to mention that the cards, these 3 cards that I'm using do not exist in a deck yet, and that is because they are made by Threads of Fate, and Threads of Fate was kind enough to send me samples of these 3 decks because they are launching a Kickstarter to get these decks made. One is a tarot deck. It is the Empyrean Tarot, and I'm going to show you. It looks really cool. And then we have an oracle deck based on runes and another oracle deck by them. I've used a lot of Threads of Fate decks in the past, especially the Empyrean Oracle as of recent, so this would be the tarot deck to correspond with it. But if you are interested in supporting this deck and getting it produced, the link for the Kickstarter will be down below. So let's look at your wound now. So to start, we have the Magician, which is the Magi in this deck. And this is the cool thing about this tarot deck and the Oracle deck that is published, the Empyrean Oracle. It has this reflective double imaged cards, and I just think they're very fun. I enjoy playing with them. So if at the very least, if you want this, I want this deck to be made at the very least. So yeah, feel free to support that. But we have the Magician as your tarot card. For your rune, we have Fehu, I don't know. I'm sure the pronunciation police will come and let me know. And we have Shards. With that being said as well, I don't have guidebooks for any of these decks. Like I said, I literally just got samples of some of the cards, so we're going in raw. But these are mine, which you've probably seen if you watched any of my videos. But we have the root chakra with the theme of reconnect, the trigger statement being I need to escape, and the true statement being I am present. The root of the issue for you will make itself known. Be open to the information you receive from your body, mind, and environment. And finally, we have an ego card around security, and it says, I forgive myself for distrusting others to be able to take care of themselves. I choose to believe that when I delegate tasks and make space for growth, I empower others to experience parts of themselves not previously known to them. Wow, okay. Well, pile 1, can I just start off by saying how powerful you are? Like, some of you know that, and I think a lot of you think you know that, but I think the vast majority of you, even if you know that, you don't know that. Because I think one thing that this wound is really highlighting is the fact that you know you have the ability to manifest a lot. And I think there is a part of you that knows things that you want to manifest, at least your heart does. But I think the more logical side of you and also the wounded side of you is very afraid of making those things actually manifest, or very afraid of your manifestations actually coming true, because what then? I think part of you is afraid of losing whatever it is you're manifesting or messing it up. And I also think there is a part of you as well that is afraid that, like, what if you don't actually deserve those manifestations, or what if you don't actually deserve what you're being guided towards, or what if you're being guided towards these specific things and then they don't work out, or you were wrong, or anything like that. I feel like there's just a lot of resistance to whatever your soul has been trying to guide you towards. And if you have trouble getting in touch with your soul, then I would say your heart is guiding you towards, which the fact that the Magician card is out here, I really shouldn't even ask if you have trouble with that, because if you do have trouble, it's only because you think you have trouble. You're more connected to your higher self than you realize. Ironically, this Fehu card also talks about, which it's actually a rune, but it's a card in this deck, and it represents things like abundance, things like nourishment, community, even cattle. But in your case, this card, or this rune, also represents the phrase as above, so below. And as above, so below is represented in the Magician card. And so I really do think that there is this disconnect between your higher self and your human self. And your higher self, it has definitely been communicating a lot to you, whether through signs, through dreams, through conscious communication that's just like you having thoughts or having these really empowering downloads about where you need to be going or what you need to be doing. But the human part of yourself, I think, is very resistant to whatever you're being guided towards. And I think that's for a few reasons. Some of them are already listed, like Afraid you'll mess it up, afraid of what happens once you achieve the thing or once you get the thing that you're wanting, afraid you're not worthy of it, afraid you're not deserving of it, which first of all, anything that you're being guided towards, like if it wasn't meant for you, you wouldn't be guided towards it in the first place. It's really that simple. But also, I think there's a lot of guilt when it comes to what you're being guided towards. And I think it's because there's a part of you that either doesn't think you're worthy, or there is a part of you afraid of getting what you want and then losing it, and then feeling like you did all that work for nothing, or just having to go through the experience and the pain of losing something that you really care about. And I think that's part of where that wound lies as well. And I think that actually this wound manifests with others in the sense that we have this hero card being here. There may be a part of you that, especially when it comes to your connections or your relationships, there could be a transactional nature to a lot of them where they need something from you and you get something out of it because you feel needed, or it keeps the connection going. The connection, you can trust in the inevitability of the connection continuing because you know the person that you're helping or the people that you're helping will continue to have needs that you can meet, or you can be there for them. I feel like there's almost a part of you that's afraid of not being needed, or afraid of putting all of your effort and energy into your desires instead of what other people need because of what happens when you get them, or what happens if you don't get them, there's a lot of fear here. And I think that this fear is directly inhibiting your ability to live the life that not only the divine wants for you, but what your soul wants for you. I don't know if you've ever heard this, and you certainly don't have to believe it, but there is the concept that we kind of choose what we want to learn or experience in a lifetime, and we make soul contracts with other people that are meant to be in our lives, and we do all this stuff to prepare before we come down to earth. And then once we get to earth, we have free will. We have this plan that we can follow, but we always have the free will to divert from the plan, do something else. Once we are in the material reality, we have the free will to change that up. But I think there is a part of you that is doubting or just forgetting the fact that not only do you deserve positive and wonderful things, but those positive and wonderful things are meant to make the tough times easier. And also, these are not things that are undeserved in the slightest. I think if anything, they're more than deserved, and you're resistant to receiving them because then you have to look at what's next. The fact that we have the shards card here, I feel like a lot of the wounds that you've experienced kind of left you in a state of just pain that either became your normal or that you became numb to. You may have kind of shut off your emotional body in general, and maybe as you're like following the guidance of your heart or your higher self or what feels right to you, it's like reopening it's like you're starting to feel new things again, or you're starting to feel pain from past wounds that you had kind of buried, and that might be uncomfortable. But all that I'm feeling is you're being pushed towards your destiny by everything outside of you. And I think that your human self and within you, and it's only your human self and the fearful parts of yourself that are forgetting that, first of all, this divine push is from a place of unconditional love. Like, the universe only wants what's best for us and best for every single being on this planet, and the universe is constantly rooting for the highest good of all beings, and all beings includes you. And I think that you may be forgetting about what it feels like to feel good, or you may have forgotten how to allow yourself to receive good things or feel good about having good things, because there may just be a part of you, like I said, that either feels like you don't deserve it, or feels like once you get it, then what? What if you're bored? What if you mess it up? What if you self-sabotage? And I feel like all of these what ifs are literally just preventing you from being able to live. And instead, you're stuck in this state where you're existing and engaging in habits and patterns that no longer align with the version of you that you're becoming. And instead, it's like you're kind of stuck and trapped in this hell of your own making because you're afraid of a hell that doesn't even exist, that comes from you losing exactly what it is that you're trying to achieve, or you not deserving what you're trying to achieve, or you failing in some sort of way. Which, like, I mean, I guess to be fair, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, so it's almost like there could be a part of you that's like, I would just rather not do anything than miss out on the opportunity. But I feel like the universe is saying, like, this is not the reality of your situation. It's almost like, it's like being in a competition and saying, like, for example, let's say you were on RuPaul's Drag Race, or you had the opportunity to be on it, and you're like, well, I'm not going to win anyway, so I'm just not going to go on it. Like, you don't know that. You don't know what opportunities you might get. You won't know. Like, it's almost like you are willing the scariest outcome to happen because you are almost forcing the universe's hand because you refuse to do anything other than what you're comfortable with. And I think there is a part of you that's kind of escaping yourself with the excuse of, oh, well, so-and-so needs me. Oh, well, I have to do this for so-and-so, or I have to get this stuff done because so-and-so needs this, or I have to do that. Like, I really do feel like there is a part of you that is using other people needing you as an excuse. Now, if you have people dependent on you, that is a bit of a different story, because obviously, like, you do have to spend time and energy caring and catering to their needs. But I feel like you maybe, even if you do have people dependent on you, you're pushing it to an extreme where you're using it as a way to avoid yourself. Because I think there is a part of you that is really afraid of feeling that wholeness, or feeling good and feeling just nice within yourself, and the fear of, like, well, when does the soul-crushing pain come back, or when does this good feeling end? I feel like there is a part of you that is just resolute in the idea of, let's just stay in this pain, let's just stay in what already sucks, so that we don't have to experience how much it would suck to lose something that we work so hard for, or lose something that brings us joy. And like, that's so sad. And I don't mean that in a way like you should feel bad about that, but it's just, it makes my heart sad, and it makes me just sad that you feel like either you don't deserve these blessings, or that these blessings would be more painful to have than to live without. And I think that the wound that is needing to be healed is one around your own deservingness to feel a positive range of emotions. One wound that I think is being healed here is the idea that the universe is not out to get you, and that the universe is not here to just punish you and make you look silly or stupid when you're willing to believe in something greater than yourself. You know, you might almost have this fear that the universe will give you what you want and then rip the rug right out from underneath you, and that is not divine in any sense of the word. The universe loves you unconditionally, whether you believe in that or not. But what I will say is your perception is your reality. So if you do believe that the universe is out to get you, you're gonna look for any conclusion to prove that. I choose to believe in an unconditionally loving universe, because that is the most powerful force there is, and I've just felt it and experienced it enough for myself. But because it is my perception, that also, like, my worldview is reinforced by that as well. And I think one thing you're being guided to look at is how your wounds have shaped your worldview, and how your wounds have caused you to make beliefs and judgments that may not be rooted in truth, but rather rooted in pain and fear. And that's not something to beat yourself up about, because more than anything, this is the universe saying, we have so many blessings we want to give you. We have so many beautiful things we want you to experience. But it really does give me like you know when an animal is hurt or abused, it can be very like aggressive or defensive because it's afraid of being hurt again, and it takes a lot of time and energy to help that animal relax and help that animal start to feel safe. And it may take time, and it may take its entire life, and it may spend its entire life still defensive, still afraid, still aggressive. You know, everybody deals with trauma and, you know, our wounds differently. And one thing I do want you to know is that you don't need to expect yourself to let go of this perception overnight or immediately, but just the conscious idea of I can change my perception and I'm allowed to believe in something greater than myself, and I'm allowed to believe in the idea that I'm worthy of healing and that there is more to life than just pain. I think those could be really helpful for you. Of course, do it in your own time, but I do really feel like there is just this part of you that is, you know, just wounded, and I feel like the part of you that you trust more is the wounded part of you, the part of you that has learned how to cope with life from whatever traumatic or hard circumstances you've had to deal with. And that's so normal, and I'm sending you so much love, and I just want you to know that you have no reason to feel ashamed of the way you've been operating. You have no reason to feel bad about the way that you've been going about things. But the reason this message came to find you today is because the universe wants you to know that life is not meant to only be pain and hardship. It is absolutely a part of life, and there is no avoiding that. And the idea that there isn't pain or hardship in life is an example of toxic positivity. So both can be bad with too much of it. But what the universe really wants is to help you find balance and to help you experience more of the positive elements of life, and remind you that, you know, not only can life feel good, but you deserve to feel good. And that there are beautiful things the universe is trying to manifest for you that you that you are either actively sabotaging or ignoring because you're afraid of that. And that's leading you to continual suffering, because the human part of you that's resisting this change and resisting these beautiful blessings and manifestations the universe wants to bring you, it's creating more pain for that version of yourself, because your higher self and the universe is now putting even more pressure on you to get moving and to start grounding these manifestations, because they want you to start feeling good. And so if you have found yourself resisting like your own guidance, or resisting what you think you should be doing and kind of escaping or just deflecting and ignoring, you might find that, you know, your typical habits or that your typical ways of coping, your typical ways of escaping may become more impactful or more painful, and just or just more draining in terms of doing them. And I think that is a sign, like, you are meant to be flowing with less effort. It is meant to feel more effortless and more natural. And I think the more effort and intention and energy you place into keeping things the same, the more energy it is going to take to keep things the same, the more exhausted you're going to be, the more frustrated you're going to be, and the slower life is going to move. And I think the first thing that the universe wants you to know is that you don't need to do anything to prove that you're deserving or worthy of what the universe is trying to bring you. The things and people that the universe is trying to bring to your life are because they are aligned with the person that you're becoming. And the person you're becoming won't feel the need to be the hero for everyone else to the detriment of themselves, or won't feel the need to escape as much, because escapism can be fun sometimes, and sometimes we all need it. But if you're escaping to the point where it's just to deal with the pain of when you're in your present reality, then that's a sign that, like, you're probably not in alignment with where you should be. And what the universe is saying is that you have every capability and the entire capacity to be in alignment with what you want. And being in alignment with what you want is actually going to bring you more than you thought possible. It is going to align you with abundance. It's going to align you with the energy of love. And it's going to help you understand that, you know, like caretakers that take on an abused animal, you know, that animal has to grow in trust. You know, the caretakers can't just say, hey, listen, you know, we love you, we're not going to hurt you. Like, it takes time and energy for that animal to start trusting. And so if you think of yourself in the shoes of that animal and the divine as your caretakers, think of it in this way. You know, you don't need, it doesn't matter. Like, I feel like an angel could come down from the sky, which they kind of are going to later, in a metaphorical kind of way. And tell you everything that you need to hear, but I think even then you still probably wouldn't trust it. And so what the universe is saying is, rather than us showing you or us telling you exactly what we're going to do, because that's not how life works in the first place, we need you to consciously build trust with yourself and with your heart and with the greater universe at large, and with the guidance that the universe is giving you, because that's what's going to help you trust, and that's what's going to help you heal. I think this wound is around a lot of things, but what it really comes down to, I think, is your own self-worth and the fear of losing something, the fear of failure, which like failure is subjective anyway. But I think more than anything, the universe is really trying to ground a more divine version of yourself and ground a life, help you ground a life for yourself that is actually going to be uplifting, that's going to help you feel at peace and be present and feel good. I feel like the universe is saying, just because you're comfortable in your suffering, just because you're okay with hardship and pain being your normal, doesn't mean it's actually okay, and doesn't mean it actually should be your normal. Because like, not only is that just harming you unimaginably, but also life could objectively be better for you, and life could be more enjoyable for you. And I feel like your guides are really asking you to trust in the unknown than hold on to what doesn't bring you fulfillment in the first place. Because at the very least, even if trusting in the unknown leads you to no fulfillment whatsoever, at least you'll gain more awareness about yourself, and so that you can go into the direction of where it actually is. But I think there is this part of you that thinks like things need to be absolutely perfect, or that you're afraid you're going to mess it up, or you're just and I feel like all of this is just fear, and it's mental worry that's not leading anywhere constructive. And I think that if you have any wounds around connection, in the sense that you're afraid of connecting with people from a place of authentic like love, and it doesn't have to be romantic love, it can be platonic love, but just love in general, because you feel like you're used to relationships that are transactional, or you feel like the only way to ensure that someone doesn't walk away from your life is to make sure they have a need. And I think there's a wound around surrendering and not needing to control things. I think that ultimately there is this wound here where circumstances that were outside of your control brought you pain, or brought you trauma, or brought you wounds that now make you feel like you need to control every aspect of your life, otherwise you feel uncomfortable. And the idea that we're in control in the first place is an illusion, and you may find that you get frustrated because there's things you want to explore or experience that you don't, because you can't control what might happen, or you can't control how things are going to turn out. And I think the universe is saying that's kind of the point. You're being led towards things that are uncontrollable, because this wound around control is just ultimately a fear of the unknown, and a fear of existing, and a fear of, will I be able to handle what the unknown brings? And I think what the divine wants you to know is yes. If you're tough enough to handle a reality where you willingly take on suffering because you're afraid of the unknown, you are absolutely tough enough to face the unknown. And you might realize the unknown is a lot less scary than you think it is. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and get into your tarot now. So if that resonates, you have found the right pile. But while I'm shuffling, I do just want to give a shout out to everyone who likes the video and comments and just leaves time to be nice or support me in any way. One of the easiest ways you can support me is by leaving a like. That lets me know what you guys are enjoying. And also it just helps me in terms of the algorithm and things like that. And also just leaving my ads on in the background and just letting them run while you do something else. Super helpful. Or checking out a video with an extended. But just thank you to everyone who supports me and allows me to do this for a living, because I love it and I love being able to help you empower yourself. So we're gonna start by looking at a distortion that you have about this wound or these wounds. So what is a distortion that pile two has about themselves and this wound, please? Okay, we have the Knight of Wands. Okay, so this is interesting. I think one distortion that you have is that whatever you need to let go of, that's a requirement for you to let go of in order to either manifest or bring about the change you've been wanting. I think there is a part of you afraid that you're going to miss this old life or miss this old version of yourself. And I also think there's a part of you that's afraid that you will look weak or look silly by making these changes, or that you may not be accepted. Which in any case, anyone who's meant to be in your life from a healthy and aligned place will always want you to do what's best for yourself. But I feel like with the Knight of Wands being here, I feel like there's a part of you afraid of investing energy into something and then realizing it's not what you want, and then looking bad when you have to walk away, or beating yourself up because if you just stayed in the same position, then you wouldn't have to deal with the awkwardness of change. I feel like there's just this part of you that either thinks you're not ready, or thinks you need to mature more, or is afraid that like what you feel in your heart and soul that you're being guided towards is like either going to be unfulfilling or you're going to mess it up. And I feel like anything that you feel guided towards from a deep place in your heart and in your soul, no matter what the outcome is of that situation, there's a reason you're being drawn towards it. And I feel like this distortion that you have, the fact that it's the Knight of Wands, I feel like you may need to accept that there could be a grieving process with what it is you're trying to bring about, or what it is the universe wants. Whatever it is that your higher self wants you to manifest, the universe wants you to manifest, your heart wants you to manifest, but your human self doesn't. I feel like there's a part of you that doesn't trust yourself and is worried that like your lower impulses could get in the way of whatever it is you're trying to manifest. And by lower impulses, I mean like, you know, like for example, just material world stuff. Like, let's say, for example, you're trying to manifest like a healthier diet, but then, you know, those cosmic brownies start calling your name, and you give into your lower impulses and give into the craving, let's say. I feel like you have this distortion that, like, let's say, for example, you do have certain cravings. You might have this distortion that you couldn't imagine life without cosmic brownies, which, like, fair. At one point, I couldn't either, and now they taste like sugary cardboard. Definitely not a choice that I made. It happened on its own. I couldn't control it. But I feel like there is a part of you that is overestimating how much you'll miss your current life. I think you're looking at elements of your life right now that give you a lot of freedom. But I think you're not realizing it. This freedom comes at the cost of feeling trapped and like you can't move forward. Because I actually think the divine is leading you towards a situation that allows you to have a lot more freedom. And I guess an example that I'm hearing is like, let's say in the past, like let's say the divine is leading you towards something that will eventually lead you to someone that you want to commit to in a relationship. You know, you might be looking at that as like, oh, a relationship, like I don't want a commitment like that, or I'm afraid of a commitment like that because then I'll be trapped, for example. Which if you're non-committal or polyamorous, that's one thing. But let's say you're avoiding monogamy and commitment, not because it's not for you, but because you're afraid of feeling trapped. But maybe that's only because in your past you were with people that made you feel trapped in that relationship. You know, maybe they were very constricting and didn't trust you and made you, you know, do things that made you feel trapped. But what if the divine is leading you towards someone who has a very healthy and secure sense of self and has no issue with you doing things that make you feel free and make you feel good? You know, maybe they don't have trust issues and they trust you, and maybe you find yourself feeling freer in that relationship than you did on your own. I feel like you have very fixed ideas and opinions about what things are like and how things really are. And I feel like the divine is kind of coming to tell you that that's not the case at all. And you are only going to recognize that if you open yourself up to new things. I feel like what the divine is saying is that sometimes a commitment, and I don't even mean like a romantic commitment, but just a commitment to a path or commitment to yourself, can help you feel freer than the current idea that you have of freedom right now. Like another example would be like, you know, because we have this thing of helping others. Let's say you have this goal that you're working towards and you know you want to make it happen, but half of your time and energy is taken up by other people's needs that you're not responsible for, but you're sacrificing your time and energy and attention to help them because you feel bad, or you feel guilty, or you feel like you should, or you are getting a sense of worthiness from helping them, you know, and that way you're not free at all. You're trapped because you're allowing other people to suck up the time and energy that you should be using committed to this cause or this thing that you're passionate about. I really do just feel like there is this need for you to take a step back and recognize where your idea of freedom may be keeping you trapped, and where your idea of, quote unquote, I guess for some of you it could be like growing up, like maybe there's a part of you that doesn't want to let go of certain things because it means you're like getting older, or you're changing. But I think what the universe is trying to get you to understand is that the things that you're being led towards, they're not going to make you feel trapped or bad. Like the things you're being led towards because they're going to make you feel better. They're going to make you feel more aligned. They're going to make you feel freer. And so, you know, one telltale sign of if you're on the wrong path or if you're not doing what's right for you is if life feels harder than it needs to be. But more than anything with this Knight of Wands, I think that you're being encouraged to let go of fixed ideas about how things are and be open to the idea that what you're growing into may be a much better fit than what you're holding on to. And that it's okay to grieve any life stages that may be ending, or grieve any parts of yourself that may be leaving. I feel like you have this expectation that any moves that you make, you should always feel like 100% certain about and feel good about, and like know for sure what is going to happen, or go into these things 100% confident. And I feel like the universe is saying that that's not necessarily true. I feel like the greatest challenges and the greatest leaps forward may take a little fear mixed with this underlying knowing of like, I know I'm being led towards this. This is scary, but I know I can take the first leap. I feel like the universe is saying it's actually the things that you feel less confident about, i.e. like the path that the universe is trying to guide you down, that is going to bring you more confidence than staying in your comfort zone where you already feel confident about what you know you can do and things like that. I think if anything, building authentic confidence is going to be through moving towards what makes you afraid. And I feel like the universe is saying like it's okay to be afraid. Like fear is a very normal emotion, and I think actually you may be avoiding the fear of change because you like feeling the confidence of what you already know to be true. And I think the universe is saying that that's not actually confident. You're just confident in a few little things, but everything else you're holding back on because you're afraid of that change, or you're not confident in yourself. You're not confident in the changes that the universe is trying to make. So I don't know if that makes sense, but I think more than anything, the distortion is this fixed idea of what you think you need. I feel like you need to let go of what you think you need and be open to what you're being guided towards, because your needs already aren't being met right now. So yeah. But I want to see how you're already healing this wound. So for pile 2, Spirit, how are they already healing this wound? Okay, we have the 9 of Wands. Okay, so this is I doubt this is conscious, but I think, well, that's not true. For some of you, absolutely could be conscious. But with the 9 of Wands here, I think you're becoming aware of the fact that the way you've been living is becoming harder to sustain and is becoming more draining. And I think the fact that there's a key in this 9 of Wands really makes me think that like you're starting to see your way out, or the keys that will help you feel better. But I think there is just a part of you that's really resistant and really afraid. But I also think specifically you could be setting better boundaries with really needy people, or people that drain you a lot anyway. But I also think with this 9 of Wands being here, I think you're recognizing how much effort and energy it's taking for you to keep these changes out or to keep things the same. And I think the universe is really encouraging you to let go of resistance here. And I think one thing you're being guided to do is to kind of embrace the discomfort a little bit, because it is going to be uncomfortable making these changes, but to know that the relief that comes from making these changes is going to be so energizing and freeing once it gets there. Like, the universe is kind of giving me the analogy of, like, let's say you broke a bone. Obviously, if you don't, like, reset the bone, it's gonna heal weirdly. And I feel like what the universe is saying here is that, like, you're kind of in the situation of resetting the bone. That's what she said. But in this case, I feel like the universe is saying, like, you've kind of been allowing the bone to heal weirdly, the bone being, like, this wound and kind of where you've been at. And so it is going to take a little bit of discomfort to kind of face and break it so that it can heal the right way. And I think, if anything, the universe wants you to know that any discomfort that you've been facing and any awareness you've had around the fact that things do need to change, and that you do need to start walking in the path that's more aligned with you. You do need to start taking more risks or opening yourself up. Like, this wound has a lot to do with worth. And, like, you're so worthy of everything the universe is trying to bring you towards. And you're so worthy, if not more worthy, than the things your heart truly desires. I think you are doing yourself so dirty by keeping yourself in this state and believing that you don't deserve more, because there's so many blessings the universe wants to give you. And I feel like the fact that you're becoming aware of the fact that you're exhausted, you're tired of this, and you want something different, you know you deserve better, like, that is helping you heal this, because ultimately you have to believe in your own worth just as much as the divine does. And sometimes it's not something that, it obviously doesn't happen overnight, but the more you just recognize you're worthy of more, you deserve better, that is helping you. And also just any changes that you've been making and any resistance you feel towards what isn't serving you anymore and you know you need to let go is helping as well. But now I want to know what you can do to heal this wound more. So what other healing? We have the Two of Wands. So I think for some of you, you either already have plans that you want to make, or you have ideas in your head of what you want to do or where you want to be led towards. I think one healing thing you can do is either act on plans you've already made, or start making plans that are in alignment with your heart's desires or your soul's desires. And even if they're not, and if they're not plans towards your heart and soul's desires, then they're plans made to kind of close out old cycles and old chapters that no longer serve you. With this Two of Wands being here as well, I feel like you're just really being encouraged to look at what in your life is keeping you in this feeling of being trapped, and what in your life is just too energetically difficult to sustain. I feel like you're really just being encouraged to use that ability of yours to plan and either take action towards plans you've already created, or start making plans that are more aligned with the version of yourself you're becoming and not escaping. I feel like there is just this energy here where the universe is saying, like, it's time to come back to earth, and it's time to start following what feels right to you and following what lights your heart on fire and what makes you truly passionate, because life is too short to continue spending it in this limbo of suffering. I also think with the Two of Wands here, just letting go of resistance to the idea that life can be better and that you deserve better, and also the idea that you don't need to know how things will play out. Just start with the first steps. Just start with a small plan. Like, you know, if your heart's calling you to move to a completely different place, like, maybe you don't know exactly where that place is, but maybe start planning places to travel that you've been drawn to. Or maybe it's time to start emailing some real estate agents or looking at some properties. Like, even if it's just inspiration, anything to get you in the energy of forward momentum and help you feel some security in the plans and action you're going to be taking, I feel like that could be very healing, because it's you actually believing in the plans that your soul and heart has for you. That will be very healing, and will also just, even if it's not on a conscious level, it's helping you be your own best advocate and put your needs and dreams first. But now I want to see if there's anything that could reopen this wound, which like technically this wound has been kind of a lot of things, but anything that could make this wound worse that you should be aware of. We have the Seven of Wands. Okay, so can we clarify the Seven of Wands? I need a clarification card here, please. We have the Five of Wands. Okay, yeah, so this is, so the only things that could really truly make this wound worse is anyone who has a problem with the changes that you're making, or anyone that doesn't want to see you grow or succeed. Because with the Five of Wands and the Seven of Wands being here, I feel like the only thing that could make this wound worse is if, one, people that you are investing a lot of time and energy for make you feel guilty for investing that energy in yourself and bring conflict your way. But also anyone that is bringing conflict in your way that is particularly harmful or just mean. I feel like the universe is really asking you to pay attention to the people that make you feel guilty or bad for either being yourself or doing things that you enjoy, people that maybe you've had in your life out of an obligation or because you think you should rather than what you know to be true. But also I think that something that could make this wound worse is if you continue to feel like, if you, so, you know, because I was saying that it may take, like, you might be finding that life is getting more exhausting and is more resistance. If you take that exhaustion and resistance as a challenge to continue to keep things the same way and you fight back, if you fight back with life and the way the life's currents are moving you, that could definitely make this wound worse because you're continuing to stay in this state of what I was talking about, limbo suffering. And I think more than anything, actually it's so crazy too, because this Two of Wands looks like this Two of Wands over here almost, and there's Five Wands here. And so I feel like the universe might be telling you that other people could try to crap on your plans or might try to distract you from your plans or distract you from where you're trying to head. But if you have those plans, none of those distractions can take you off your path in a significant way. I feel like you're really just being encouraged to ground, and you're being given permission to follow what your heart will not let you let go of, what your heart will not stop reminding you of, what your heart is making it painful to not pursue. Like, those are the things the universe wants you to go towards, and when you have a plan, nothing can veer you off of it. But finally, I want to look at how you'll know you've made progress in healing this. So how will pile 2 know they've made progress in healing this, Spirit? We have the Emperor. So this is beautiful, and I love seeing this because I'm an Aries and I'm biased. But with the Emperor here, you'll know you've healed this because you will feel in control. It's ironic. The fact that this wound is around needing control, you'll actually feel in control in a way where you don't need to try and seek it all the time and be in situations that you can control. The Emperor is all about being confident and being sure of yourself, and also being able to enact plans and trust in those plans, being able to take risks and feel secure in them, and being able to make difficult decisions and lead others, especially if what you're wanting to do or what you're being guided towards requires you to be a leader. Then it requires you first to take the lead in your own life and stop allowing people to hold you back or allowing your own fears to hold you back. I definitely think you're your own worst enemy, but I think you use a lot of convenient excuses outside of you to avoid yourself and your own path as well. But I feel like another way you're going to know that this healing is working is it won't matter what other people think. It won't matter any negativity sent your way, because you will see that as a reflection of the person sending it rather than a merit or a truth of who you actually are. I feel like also with this Anchor card, you're just going to feel more solid in yourself. You're going to feel like you can trust yourself and trust where the universe is guiding you. And I also think that you will literally just feel calmer and life won't feel as challenging. I feel like your head will be held a little bit higher, and I think you will trust the decisions you need to make. You'll trust where you're being guided towards, and you'll trust in your ability to deal with challenges as they come. I mean, Aries, the fact that we have the root chakra here and Aries kind of represents the warrior, and Aries, or the root chakra represents like the phrase I am, and Aries is also I am. So I feel like the healing that will come, and you'll know that you've been healing this, is when you just can feel who you are and there's no resistance to it, but instead there's acceptance and a willingness on your part to take action that supports the person that you are. It's rather than shaming who you are or trying to understand who you are, you're just recognizing you are who you are, and you deserve to protect that, support that, and act as that in the outside world. So now I'm gonna get a little kind of pep talk from your spirit guides, but also kind of a little bit of guidance and just a reminder of who you are and any signs that might come up for you that you should be aware of. So to start, this is something that your guides want you to know about yourself, and that is that you are determined. And we have Capricorn energy here with the bee. So your guides are really asking you to use that hardworking mentality of yours towards your actual goals and towards what you actually want. And I feel like the universe is also saying, like, this determination is a strong and beautiful gift, but if you are determined to fight the universe and fight yourself on what you want out of fear, you could win that fight. And that's a scary thought. So be determined towards your goals and what you know you deserve and the positive blessings the universe has for you, rather than determined to be your own worst enemy. But bees, I think, are also a very important sign that spirit guides are around. And I also think that with this determination as well, it's important to remember that like a little bit of rest and relaxation or a little bit of fun time is not going to kill you either. But this is a crystal that your guides are recommending if you so wish. And for you, it's Herkimer diamond, which I have Herkimer diamond here and here. But Herkimer diamonds are not, in fact, diamonds. They are far more attainable, extra hard, clear quartz beauties with their own alluring energetic properties. Found in New York's Mohawk Valley, the clarity and two naturally faceted ends of Herkimers earn them their diamond moniker. Who needs it? Reiki masters, travelers on the spiritual path, and highly sensitive people. Where to put it in spaces you want to zone as sacred, and when to use it when you're reaching for clearer than ever through spirituality, therapy, or healing work. Brush off all those unwanted vibes with Herkimer diamond. Power wash your energy. So yeah, this could definitely be a very useful stone in terms of helping your energy. And I also think that like you are traveling on the spiritual path, whether you recognize it or not, because you're going down the path that is aligned with your soul rather than your ego. So a flower that your guides might show up as, and what this flower represents, is the yellow rose, and it represents enthusiasm and friendship. A single rose can be my garden, a single friend my world. So yeah, I definitely think the universe is trying to align you with people that will support this path of yours and that are true friends. I'm hearing, in the words of our Lord and Savior, Hannah Montana, you're a true friend. You'll be there till the end. You pull me aside when something ain't right. Talk to me now and into the night till it's all right again. Beautiful song. Completely snubbed for a Grammy. But I definitely think the universe is wanting you to know that it is your friend, and it is bringing you people that are aligned in true friendship that can support you. Like, friendship is not meant to be transactional or meant to be, let me do things so that I am worthy of being your friend. Friendship is meant to be based on a connection between two people that is sustained through the good feelings that you both have when you're around one another and when you interact with one another. So yellow roses could be significant. We also have an angel number, and yours is 2. You have a great talent for finding solutions. Your intuitive and unbiased nature allow you to see all sides of any situation and advise others towards the most fair and balanced outcome. I am diplomatic. So I definitely feel like 2 in general is a number of balance. So I think that like 2, 2, 2, 2, 22, anything like that could be significant angel numbers. But I think your guides are reminding you that like you can be honest and be kind, and any tricky conversations you have to have or navigate with someone, like you can trust yourself to do that. And you can trust yourself, like, you know, if you need space from certain people, or you need if your season of friendship with someone is over, you know, being able to say that, maybe not as meme-ified of a way, but in any way that is still kind, I think you can do that. Just trust yourself and your ability to be honest. But finally, we have an animal here. So for you guys, we have the hawk spirit, and it says, let spirit be your guide. So the universe is definitely saying, hey, we're guiding you towards the right things. Please just trust us and follow us instead of not trusting us, because we've got wonderful, beautiful blessings to come your way. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and finish this reading off with your healing now. So there will not be any more ads after this part. So if you want to support me and show appreciation for that, please feel free to, because we're going to do the healing practice of whatever is in this book. So this will be your final guidance and also a healing. I'll kind of get into it in a bit once we look at the card. But you guys chose an Angelic Lightwork deck. So there are 4 different archangels that could come out. It could either be Michael, Uriel, Raphael, or Gabriel. So go ahead, and if you want to, try and guess which one's going to come out. And let me know if you're right or wrong. I'd be curious to know. But essentially whatever card comes through, we'll read it, and then I will do the healing practice, like be the voice for it for you, so that you can actually just sit and be in the healing, and I'll do the facilitating. Does that make sense? So Spirit, what final guidance do you want to give? Final guidance and healing do you want to give to pile 2, please? What final guidance and healing do you want to give to pile 2? So we have recovery into grace, which I'm actually gonna move this card over here, which I'll actually, here, if you want to screenshot the card so that you have it, feel free to. But now I'm gonna go ahead, we're gonna read what the card means, and then I'm gonna do the healing practice so that you can receive it and not have to be as conscious about it. So let's see what it means first. So we're getting Archangel Raphael. So anyone who guessed Archangel Raphael, congrats. From the sudden ending of a career to the unwanted finish of a relationship, or the devastating act and aftermath of unaliving, a loss can test the capacity of our hearts to remain open with compassion. Loss can be difficult to process, even if it is more subtle, such as releasing a habit or belief system you cannot rely upon anymore. All loss can carry pain. However, there is the spiritual commitment, a promise that you and all souls impacted by loss shall be loved and guided by the angels to find a healing pathway through the emotional wreckage. In some way, you shall grow and heal stronger than you were before. This oracle brings comfort in response to grief to all in need. Grace shall descend, and from that grace there shall be growth, and for that growth there shall be gratitude. Fear not, your heart shall know peace again. So I definitely think that's very fitting. And so now I'm going to do the healing practice. So if you're not on your own, or you're in a place where you can't take time to yourself to kind of go within and meditate, I would either pause this video or hold on to it until you can. But if you are in a place to be able to do this, I'm going to kind of do the whole thing here. So what I need from you is to sit in a place where you're comfortable. Make sure, if you're on a computer, make sure the space bar is nearby in case you need to pause for yourself. And if you are using a phone or something like that, I guess like if you have a way to pause with your eyes closed, feel free to do that, or you can just turn the volume down and then go back if you need to. It's okay if everything is not like seamless and perfect, and it's okay if you're not good at visualizing or anything like that. We're just gonna do some healing. So with that being said, I want you to connect to your heart by placing your hand over your heart and breathing deeply in and out. And as you breathe in and out, which you should still be doing, shift your focus from your head, thoughts, and opinions to your heart, presence, and inner knowing. To further facilitate that transition, reflect on what evokes feelings of gratitude. So just take a second to do that. And And I'm going to give you a passage to say aloud whenever you are ready. If you're not ready, pause this and continue breathing and centering yourself. And if you are ready, I'm going to say this out loud. Feel free to repeat out loud or in your head if you can't repeat out loud, but out loud is preferable. Archangel Raphael, you now awaken divine healing, inspiration, and renewal within me for the greatest good of all. The sacred breath, the power of fresh air, upon which you travel, ushers in a new cycle, clears away the past, and refreshes my heart and mind with optimism. Please hold and protect sacred space where healing shall happen, according to divine grace. I open my heart to you, my dear angelic friend. Please empower and bless this sacred work. So be it. As you hold your hand over your heart, a divine emerald green light grows and forms a sacred circle of protection all around you. Allow that circle to be as small or as large as feels best for you. Even if you cannot consciously see or sense that light, you can still trust it is there. You have opened sacred space within your circle where you are held, protected, and supported for your process. If you wish, you can use intention to transform the circle into a column, bubble, sphere, or pyramid of light that rises over your head and dips beneath the earth, underneath your feet if you prefer. Now repeat Archangel Raphael several times. You can speak quietly or strongly, or sing, chant, or whisper. Continue saying the word as long as it feels right for your heart. So I'm going to give you time to say Archangel Raphael, Archangel Raphael, Archangel Raphael as many times as you need. As you repeat the name, imagine, intend, or sense the presence of Archangel Raphael within your heart and your sacred space. Feel this presence as good, loving, and nourishing. So I'll just give you a moment to feel that. Maybe take any note of any sensations or any visuals. And feel free to pause if you want to do that for longer. Once you've felt that and you're ready, now you can express the intention, reason, or purpose for this healing ritual. You can talk to Archangel Raphael and share what has brought you to this space. Hearing yourself speak and seeing your situation with greater clarity can be healing in itself. So, once you've set those intentions, I will set the intention on your behalf and on mine since I'm here, that we would like to heal any elements of ourselves that are stopping us from feeling safe into recovering, that are making us afraid of loss or making us afraid of the divine's grace. So now I am going to say the prayer. You do not have to say this out loud because it's going to take way longer. But if you would like to hold on to the prayer, you absolutely can. But continue to just stay in your space. Feel that beautiful green shape that is around you, your sacred space. And I'm going to say this prayer on your behalf. And if you wish to say it yourself later, you can either come back to it or I'll give you a screenshot or something like that. Beloved angelic friend, Archangel Raphael, please heal all bodies, minds, and hearts influenced or affected by loss in any and all ways, Especially help those souls impacted by acts of violence, betrayal, forced relocation, or unaliveness. Please bless and cleanse the hearts troubled with despair and the minds overburdened by suffering. May you hold space for the truthful voicing of all inner experience to ease the wearying load that weighs upon many souls. Through your loving intervention, may we learn to listen and talk to each other from the heart. In the depths of despair, when one feels that turning away from life is the only option, may your presence grow bright and strong to remind us of the precious gift of life and that another way through is always there for us. For those that have lost a loved one, may your comfort enter their hearts, assuring them the ones who have gone are never lost from the sacred heart of the universe that beats with unending tenderness and passion for every sentient being. I now offer my pain of loss to you and ask for the gifts of grace, growth, and gratitude. May something good come from the ailing of the heart through your love. So be it. So stay in your meditation or conscious visualization. And please send forgiveness my way if you are annoyed with my censorship, but I kind of have to given the platform you're on. So if you want to pray that the censorship of social media or mine is healed so that we can be more free and authentic, feel free to do that. But as you are in this beautiful sacred space, I want you to imagine that you and all souls in need here on earth, in the afterlife, or any dimension at all, are being bathed in the most beautiful, restorative, and nourishing emerald green light with a pure white light at its core. Rest here and feel the love of this light within your heart. Know that it is shining, eternal, and available to all in need. You can enhance the power of your work by intending or imagining that all hearts in need, open to the healing grace of this light, find comfort there now. So, if you wish to continue sitting in this energy, please pause or turn me down. If you are finished, with your hands in prayer, bow your head. It is now time to ground yourself and make the final dedication for this practice. This helps the energy integrate and bring about necessary outcomes. Grounding happens with intention. We need to want to connect with the earth for it to happen. When we are anxious or fearful, it can sometimes be too difficult to ground no matter how much we want to. In such cases, put your body and mind into a place or state that feels safe for you. This might mean seeking some privacy to relax somewhere safe, having a hot drink to calm your nervous system, or tuning into nature. Once you have grounded yourself, dedicate your work by saying, meow, meow, meow. Not meow, 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 that's just filler. May the energies generated here today bring spiritual benefit to all beings. May any excess energy be sent to where it can do the most good. So be it. Place your hand at your heart and take a moment to give thanks. You can say something simple, such as, "Thank you, Archangel Raphael. I honor your presence, and for the greatest good, this work is now complete." Finally, visualize, imagine, or intend that the sacred space is dissolving gently into the earth. You've completed your angelic light work process. So, here, I'm going to give you the prayer if you wish to use that. I apologize for having to censor myself, but, you know, homegirl's got to pay her bills, and I am not stronger than the YouTube algorithm. But with that being said, I will show you all of the pages if you want to do the entire healing process. And please let me know if you liked this, if this helped you at all, if it was useful, if it was beneficial. I apologize, it was probably not the most fluid, but you can always change the playback speed and you can always go back and re-listen to things. It doesn't have to be perfect, but I did my best. So if that's helpful, I hope so. But with that being said, pile 2, that is where I'm going to leave this reading. So thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background while you do something else. That is the simplest and easiest way to support me and show appreciation and exchange energy. If you appreciate me doing what I do, please let me know about the end healing part. If you just want me to read from now on, or if you liked that, feel free to let me know. But if you'd like to support me in any other ways, you can like this video, you can comment down below, let me know how it resonates, subscribe if you haven't already. Please check out my candles and be sure to use code ASO10 to get 10% off. You can also check out my social media as well as my merch. All of that will be linked down below. But yeah, that's all I have for you guys. So thank you so much for watching and for being here and for letting me read your cards. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, pile 3. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. Sorry I paused. I was about to say pile 1 for some reason. But if you guys chose the White Light Oracle, then this is going to be your reading on the healing message meant to find you. If you would like a full breakdown of the reading, or anything else like that, that is in the intro. There's also stuff on healing that might be useful if you want to see it. But we're going to go ahead and start by looking at the wound coming up to be healed. So with these 3, there are 2 other cards, but with these 3 cards right here, these come from decks that don't exist yet, and that is because Threads of Fate was so kind to send me 3 new decks that they are trying to launch on Kickstarter, and the Kickstarter is launching the day that I upload this, I believe, the 24th of April. So if you are interested in getting these decks for yourself, this is going to be a tarot deck, and this is a rune oracle and a regular oracle deck. The links to that will be down below, and if you just see me using them and enjoy them, definitely feel free to donate to their Kickstarter if you wish these decks to be created. But with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and start by looking at this wound. So to start, we have the 10 of Daggers, and I will say, you may have seen me use the Empyrean Oracle recently. It also has this reflective element to it, which I love. So this would be the corresponding tarot deck, the Empyrean Tarot. So yeah, I definitely really hope these cards get made. But we have the 10 of Swords for you guys. And then we have the rune. I'm going to say it wrong probably, but it's spelled G-E-B-O. So like Jabo, I don't know. I'm sure the pronunciation police will let me know. We also have Fog. These are my cards, but with that, we have, not like my cards as in I created them, but my cards as in I own them. We have the Crown Chakra with the theme of transmutation. The trigger statement is, I don't know who I am, and the true statement is, I am. There is no efforting required for this shift. Be present and allow every aspect of your being to transform. And then finally, we have an ego card that says, I forgive myself for thinking I need others to understand my dream before it is safe to pursue it. I choose to believe that when I alone honor my desires, I allow for the emergence of a truer version of myself and the alignment with my highest potential. Wow, okay, so this reading was definitely meant to find you, pile 3. The fact that we have the 10 of Swords here definitely goes to show that you either went through some sort of really painful loss recently, or a painful loss from your past is contributing to your ability to exist in the present in a way that's actually aligned with who you are now, and that is helpful. For some of you, the fact that I do not know what happened outside, I hope whatever is going on, they are okay. But I definitely, the fact that there are so many sirens, it really does make me feel like this was a really painful loss for you to deal with. So whatever this loss is, I just want to start by saying, like, I'm so sorry for whatever your loss is, and I'm sending you so much love and healing. This loss does not have to be a person. It could be a relationship, it could be a job, it could be a way of being, a way of thinking, or just an ending of something that you really cared about, or an ending of something that was important to you that is no longer here. More than anything though, I feel like this Ten of Swords being here is really showing me that whatever this loss was, it has shaken you. And if this is a past loss, as in you haven't had something that like at present or recently that you lost that was very special to you or important to you, I would say then that this is a past loss that either you haven't fully healed from, or, which, I mean, what is fully healing anyway, or you may not recognize is impacting your ability to be present in your current reality. So an example that I'm hearing is like, let's say, for example, you're in a relationship that you very much want to stay in, but for example, let's say wounds from a past relationship are impacting your ability in this current relationship. So, maybe in your past, like you had a past partner that was untrustworthy and betrayed your trust. And so in this relationship, even though your partner has given you no reason to not trust them, you really struggle to trust them, or you struggle with, this feeling of insecurity around, can I trust them, or something like that. Obviously, that's just an example. It doesn't have to be the truth, but this rune card does represent partnership. So you could have lost a relationship recently, or you could have gotten into a relationship that caused the loss of something else. For some of you, it could be that you've lost a little bit of yourself, maybe not intentionally, but maybe you've been very focused on the relationship and not yourself. Or this partnership doesn't even have to be a romantic partnership. It could just be you being a partner to yourself. Maybe you're having a hard time doing what's best for you, or maybe you lost a business partnership or something like that. More than anything, though, I'm focused on the heart here. And I think that whatever this loss did or created, it's having an impact on your heart. So this is definitely a heart-centered wound. And I think that this wound is creating a lot of confusion around who you are, your life in general, and what's truly meant for you. Depending on where you're at, because I feel like there could be just a range of emotion and places as to where you're at, because for some of you this could be a really recent wound and you're still really grieving. For others, this could be a past wound that continues to bring about pain that you may not realize. So how intense it is going to be different for all of you. But what I do know is that whatever happened here, and whatever loss and hurt and heartbreak this may have caused, I feel like it's created a lot of cloudiness and uncertainty when it comes to either what's next for you, or who you are now, or what are you meant to do, what is truly aligned with you. For example, if this was a loss of a relationship, you might be feeling confused as to, well, now what? Or where am I headed? Like maybe you thought that this relationship was where you were meant to be, and the loss of that is something where now you're maybe you're realizing that you lost yourself in that relationship, and now you're trying to rebuild, or realizing you're going to have to rebuild that connection with yourself. Maybe you have chosen to go after something that truly matters to you, and other people are expressing disapproval, and that's really painful for you and making you confused and uncertain as to whether you should continue to pursue this or not. Or maybe you're pursuing something that has meaning to your heart, and the cost is sacrificing something else that matters to you, or sacrificing someone else's approval. No matter what it is, I feel like this has a lot to do with your sense of self, and a lot to do with your trust in what is. I feel like whatever this loss was, it definitely shook you in a way where you may feel like you have to be more guarded, or that you have to get other people's approval or other people's support in order to go after things. Because what if I don't have support, and then the thing I follow fails, or the thing I want to do doesn't work out, and then no one's there for me, or they say I told you so, or I look stupid. But I also think there is this, for some of you, there may be this codependence that you're struggling with. Like maybe, for example, you were in a codependent relationship, and now that that's gone, you're like, who am I? Or Maybe this codependence was with something or someone else, a friend, or maybe you're just realizing that you've been so enmeshed in something that you've forgotten yourself. Like, I do think that no matter what has happened here, it has shaken your sense of self. And if you haven't lost anything recently, a past loss is making it hard for you to trust yourself and trust your ability to make decisions in alignment with yourself and trust what it is you truly want for yourself. You may be struggling between, well, my partner wants this, or my business partner thinks we should go this way, but I think we should go that way. And maybe you're just feeling confused, like you can't trust yourself. The fact that we have fog here really goes to show to me that you're really struggling to find clarity, and also that you may be looking to others outside of yourself to give you that validation or give you guidance on where you should be going or what you should be doing, because you may just be feeling like you're not getting anything from yourself right now, or you're just confused. You don't know which elements of yourself to trust. But the fact that we have this crown chakra card, I think, is just very, very clear here. There is no effort required for this shift. Be present and allow every aspect of your being to transform. It's just, I am. And so I think that the biggest thing that Spirit really wants you to know about this wound is that I think one of the hardest things about the way that this wound manifests is that the fear of experiencing that painful emotion again may cause you to take action that's not necessarily in alignment with your heart, but you take it because it feels safe, or it feels like you'll get the least amount of resistance from people outside of you, which may help the problem short term, but long term, you're avoiding yourself and avoiding what's true to you, so that's going to create pain. But the fact that we also have this child card here with thinking I need others to understand my dream before it is safe to pursue it, it may be that there is a part of you that is like dying to come out that hasn't been able to, because maybe you've been putting your dreams on the back burner for a partner or for a friend or for a business or corporation that you've been a part of that you're afraid to like let go of, or you're afraid to make a change to. It could even be that you're just holding on to a past version of yourself that no longer serves you and is just creating more confusion, but you don't know where to go. No matter what, this wound definitely has to do with loss, and I think this wound has to do with being unsure of who you truly are and the fear of rejection for being your most authentic self, and the fear of how different that may look, and the fear of other people not supporting you in that process of becoming your most authentic self, you know? And as well-meaning as people may be, you know, maybe just you've been telling people about your desire to follow this dream. Like, let's say, for example, you really want to be an artist as your career, and everybody's saying, well, art, how are you going to make money with that? You can't make money with art. Yes, you can. But also, that's not true. Like, that's just a lack mentality, and that's just a fear-based perception that you have to do something safe and what's the right word? Safe and consistent, or safe and sure, rather than take a risk and follow something you enjoy. Like, sure, it might be true. Maybe you'd make less money being an artist than you would doing some office job. But if your heart's being an artist, I think your heart would much rather go through the starving artist whole thing than be well fed and miserable in an office 8 hours a day. Obviously, that's an example, but like that could be an example of a 10 of Swords where you literally lose your heart in exchange for safety, or in exchange for a lack of criticism or a lack of disapproval from the people around you. I feel like there's a lot of confusion because the world, and what I mean by the world, I would mean like society, mainstream narratives, and maybe like people, well-meaning people in your life that are stuck in fear themselves, they might be telling you one thing, but your heart's telling you another, and you don't know what to listen to, you don't know what to trust, and ultimately there is just this fear of loss because you have already experienced loss in one way or another that has really hurt you. And then on top of it, it's like, well, I feel like you might be feeling like no matter what decision you make, you're losing, because you're either losing someone's disapproval or you're losing something to follow for yourself, or you may just be in so much pain you don't know what to do and you don't know how to feel. And I feel like the first thing you need to know is that that's okay. And when you're in that state, you probably shouldn't be making decisions in the first place. Your focus should probably be on caring for yourself and supporting yourself in whatever way you need. But I also think that one thing that the universe is really trying to tell you is that you don't need to have everything figured out right now. And the best thing that you can do is come back to center, recognize yourself as a being worthy and deserving of love, and recognize that sometimes the best thing that we can do is just be present with ourselves and be there for ourselves and allow things to kind of work themselves out moving forward. When we're highly emotional or we're going through an intense experience anyway, it may not be the right time to take a drastic action towards something, but this pain could be inspiration for the path that you truly want to go down, or something you want to explore, or the next step on your journey. And Spirit might be saying it may just take a little bit of time to heal that wound a bit and give you some more clarity. And that will be exactly what you need to get you moving forward. But ultimately, I think whatever this wound is, it's centered around a loss, and it is centered around confusion around who you are and confusion around what you're meant to be doing. And I think one thing, I catch myself like breathing really heavy, so I feel like there's definitely a lot of pain, especially in your heart, and I feel like your brain might be trying to make sense of this pain. And I think one of the things that actually might be really helpful for you is to let go of the need to intellectualize this pain and to instead just feel it, because emotions are data the same way, taste is data and feel is data and smell is data. It's all just data. And anything else, the way you perceive it, you can place value judgments on it, but ultimately, I think one of the most healing things you can do for yourself is allow yourself to feel any difficult and painful emotions attached to whatever loss you've experienced or whatever hardship you've experienced as a result of this loss, and to be allowed to grieve for yourself, allowed to grieve for the situation, and allowed to be sad, because your emotions are valid and you don't need an excuse for them and you don't need to rationalize them. But with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and start shuffling these cards because I think they're going to have some much more useful information for you. Yeah. And this deck is actually already on Threads of Fate's website. But we're going to start by looking at a distortion you may have about yourself / this wound. So for pile 3, Spirit, what distortion do they have about themselves and / or this wound? Interesting. So the exact same card came out on the in pile 2. So if you're drawn to pile 2, there may be some messages for you there, but maybe not. Don't force it. But we have the Knight of Wands here. And I think one of the distortions you may have, one specific example that I'm thinking of is if you've had your heart broken or hurt by someone in the past, you may be living under this belief that nobody is trustworthy, that all, put in any words you want, all men, all women, all people, all they do is lie, all they do is cheat, or all they do is hurt you. All relationships do is make your life worse. You may just be, I feel like you're jumping to conclusions based upon past pain or holding people, new people or new experiences to the same assumptions. I feel like what this really came down to me in the last pile was that there's kind of a fixed mindset here. And I do think you may have a fixed mindset around being open to the things that scare you, or a fixed mindset around how certain things are in life, like maybe love or romantic love. Like you might be like, I'm just gonna play the field and not commit because commitment is too painful, or commitment never works out. Or you might be thinking like, well, anyone that I would commit to, like, they're not worthy of me anyway, or they would just screw it up anyway, or I would just screw it up anyway. Like, I feel like the distortion that you have is you're assuming the actions that you and other people will take, and assuming that any potential current or future experiences, you may be assuming that like they're going to turn out the same way as your past experiences did, or that if you had a partner, they're going to treat you the exact same way your past partner did, or that if you look for a new job, that you're just going to deal with the same BS as your old job. Or if you do follow what you're passionate about, you'll be looked at as stupid, or people might make fun of you. I feel like there is just this, and there was another message too of being afraid to face the unknown and face what scares you, simply because you're not confident in what will happen, and you may be trading that for the confidence of staying in your comfort zone and knowing what you can expect. You may also be thinking about freedom, and you may have this idea that you may lose your freedom by, well, actually, what would this freedom be in this case? There may be a part of you that is like afraid of yourself, or afraid of feeling your emotions because you may not know how you'll act. You may be afraid of acting impulsively, which I think in that case, there is a need to learn how to be present enough with your emotions that you can feel them, but not take action from them until your emotions have cleared enough and it feels right in your heart. So like, for example, let's say if you are allowing yourself to feel your emotions and you start to get really worked up and get really angry, and you just want to send just the most scathing email to someone who really screwed you over in the past. Maybe write that down and burn it. Maybe don't send it, but if you really feel called to send a scathing email, maybe wait 24 hours and then see how you feel. And if you still feel that way, I mean, you can do it and there's nothing stopping you. But if you're unsure, maybe wait another 24 hours and then see how you feel. I feel like there is this distortion that you have where you may feel like you have to do things in the moment that you feel it, or that you can't trust yourself to feel your emotions and act from a place of like true integrity rather than act from a place of emotion. And I feel like the universe is saying that part of healing this wound is being able to trust yourself to feel your emotions, but still act in alignment with what is true to you and with your integrity. But on the topic of freedom, there could be fear on your end around like, there's kind of like this energy of missing out, or there's this fear of failure, and like you may have this distortion of like, what is it? I'm sorry. I wish I could put this into words, but I'm feeling something and I can't quite pull it through. There may just be a fear on your end, like maybe you're afraid of partnership in general, because it's like, or just committing yourself to something in general, whether it be a passion, a project, a career, or something like that, because then, you know, what if you don't like it anymore? Or what if you feel trapped? But the fact that this has to do with loss, and we have the Knight of Wands here, I feel like there is a part of you that you may have this distortion that it's easier to just take things less seriously and avoid your emotions, or just follow things that make you feel light and not go deep, because then, you know, then that pain doesn't really exist, or then you won't put yourself in a position to experience more loss in the future. But that's not necessarily true. Like, I feel like if you are avoiding the path in which you want to go down, or are avoiding feeling bigger emotions or avoiding feelings in general, you're not really, what you're losing out on is the ability to come at life from a more centered and aligned place, and to be able to exist in a way where you allow room for all experiences and the wisdom that comes from all sorts of experiences to shape who you are and shape the person you become, and help you gain not only wisdom but trust in yourself to make the decisions that are most aligned with the person you're becoming. But I think more than anything, this Knight of Wands may be an assumption about the immaturity of others or the immaturity of yourself. And it may also be about this idea that there are other people that are more creative than you, or braver than you, or better than you, and you may just be comparing yourself to other people and comparing yourself to any and everyone that is better than you. And I feel like all of that just needs to go. So whatever I listed that resonated for you, there you go. But I also just think there is a real need to trust in yourself and trust in your ability to know what's right for you in the moment. You don't have to premeditate it, and you don't have to strategize. I feel like there's a need to let go of this idea that you even can strategize where life is taking you or something like that. But also, one thing you need to know as well is that if you're really confused and you don't know what to do about something, you don't have to do anything. You can wait until you feel more clear and something feels right. If nothing feels good, if nothing feels right, maybe the best thing to do is just be present with those emotions and bide your time until something does feel right. But I want to see how you're already healing this wound. So okay, we have the Three of Cups. So this is good. I definitely think one thing that you've been doing is maybe surrounding yourself with people that make you feel more lighthearted, people that you have fun with. Sorry, I'm burping. The Three of Cups in general is an energy of joy. So I feel like you are trying to do things that lift your mood and make you feel happier. I also think you're trying to surround yourself with people that make you feel more like yourself, and that you feel safe with, and that are kind to you and that you trust. Even if they're not in person, even if they're online or far away, I feel like you are making an effort to focus on what brings you joy, even if it's not in another person, but it's a creative outlet or something like that. I feel like if anything, maybe you've noticed that ever since this experience of loss, like experiences of like fun times with friends, for example, maybe you find that you notice you're feeling more joy, you're feeling more gratitude for having those experiences, or you're just feeling more uplifted when you are around the right people or in the right circumstances. I think allowing yourself to have more opportunities to just have fun and experience joyful energy, especially when you are going through a tough time and you could be grieving loss of some kind, or reopening old wounds that are challenging and painful, it is really important to take some time to yourself and have fun. So if you've been trying to do that, or at the very least just do things that bring you joy, keep doing that, because that is so important, and that could really be the necessary respite when, doing heavy inner work or dealing with really difficult challenges. But I want to see what you can do to bring about more healing. So for pile 3, what can pile 3 do to help heal this wound? We have the Four of Wands. Okay, so I definitely think that what you can do is continue to celebrate yourself, continue to find time to add more joy into your life. But also, I think for some of you, if you're already in a relationship, one thing that you could do is maybe communicate more to your partner about, or if you're non-monogamous or have multiple partners, maybe communicating to them about what you're going through, especially if this is past wounds. Or if, let's say, for example, you're in a happy romantic relationship, but you just lost a really good friend and you had dealt with a friendship breakup, maybe taking time to let them know about that and just ask for help in finding fun or finding joy. That could be really useful. But I also think in terms of healing, this is also about union to me. And I think more than anything for you, it's about union with yourself and learning to accept all parts of yourself, even the parts of yourself that maybe you wish you didn't have, or the parts of yourself that you wish you could get rid of. Like, for example, maybe you're super sensitive, or maybe when you feel your emotions, you feel them really strongly and you're very expressive with them. Maybe instead of trying to hold them back and suppress them, maybe you go somewhere where you can be on your own and you can express them fully without feeling guilt or shame for it. I think more than anything, this is about recognizing that you are who you are. We can always change elements of ourselves, but ultimately, if you're rejecting any parts of yourself, then you're neglecting parts of yourself, and you can't truly experience that wholeness without embracing the experience of all parts of yourself and the experience of all elements of life. You know, when you turn off from your emotions to deal with the bad, you also turn off your ability to feel the good. And I think more than anything, the universe is wanting you to feel through the hard emotions so that they don't stay pent up in your body, but also to allow yourself to feel good emotions when they surface. Because, you know, when you are dealing with heavy emotions, some of the nicest things that we can do is just give ourselves a little grace and give ourselves the opportunity for an hour or two of just connecting with people that we love, or, you know, doing something that just makes us feel good about ourselves, or taking time to celebrate. I also think, like, for some of you, there could be an important milestone that you should celebrate. And for some of you, it could be like moving to a new place, or like the anniversary of moving to a new place, or an anniversary of a partnership. Or actually, you know what? The other day, I literally walked by a divorce party. So maybe even doing that for yourself and just celebrating the fact, well, not saying you're getting a divorce, but maybe you did, or maybe you had a breakup. Maybe celebrating the fact that you're single, or celebrating the fact that this is a new way of life and you may be still grieving it and it may be sad and hard, but maybe celebrating the parts of this situation that you don't hate could be something that helps you understand the complexity of and the bittersweetness of change and of loss and of new beginnings and growth. I think more than anything, you're really just being asked to seek out support in places you know that you will be held and you will be safe, and also to find more excuses to celebrate and bring more joy, even if it's the smallest things. Even if you have to celebrate the fact that you pooped today, I think you should celebrate it, even if it's that small. Just take time. But I want to see now anything that could reopen this wound that you should be aware of, or anything that could exacerbate this wound. Okay, so this makes a lot of sense. The Chariot here, to me, is trying to either run away from this pain or move on from this pain, or act like this pain doesn't exist anymore when it may still be underneath the surface. I feel like with the Chariot being here, the biggest thing is like, the only way you can make this wound worse is by ignoring it, pretending like nothing's wrong, and just continuing to move forward. Because not only will you be moving forward from a place of distortion, like you might actually take action that's not in alignment with you and that you either end up regretting or that just complicates things. But also, like, for example, let's say you are in the group of you've just dealt with a breakup, you know, you might, you know that phrase, the best way to get over someone is to get under someone else, or on top, I guess, whatever you prefer. You know, maybe forcing yourself to, like, for example, move on, or forcing yourself to literally, like, move on with someone else could create more pain. And maybe you just be repeating the same things with someone else, and it would just be a detour back to what you were supposed to work on in the first place. That's an example, but essentially, like, the worst thing that you could do in this situation is invalidate what you're feeling or pretend like it doesn't exist. Just try to move forward like you're okay and like everything's just fine, because inevitably you're going to be led back. And I think it's so interesting because the Chariot is typically depicted like with the Chariot like facing you, because I guess you're this way, and you see like both sides of it. Like on the traditional Rider-Waite, there's like two titty sphinxes pulling it, and yes, they are titty sphinxes, Google it. And one is usually like light. One's usually white and one's usually black, and it represents like the light and the shadow aspects, and how those being in balance helps move your chariot forward. But what we see here is we only see the light aspect of the chariot. So I think the worst thing that you could do is not acknowledge what's going on in the shadows, not acknowledge the parts of yourself that maybe you would rather ignore right now, or the uncomfortable emotions, or maybe the insecurities that this past wound is bringing up. I feel like the worst thing that you could do is just try to move forward from it and pretend like it doesn't exist. So as long as you don't do that and instead acknowledge it and maybe communicate, especially if you do have a partner or partners and they may not know why you're acting a certain way or why you feel a certain way, it might be really helpful, and maybe they could help you kind of get some energy out. Like, you may not even realize what's weighing on you until you actually just speak it and talk about it. It may just help you kind of release pent up energy. But yeah, just don't ignore it or neglect it. But also, I want to see now how you'll know you're making progress in healing this. So Spirit, how will pile 3, okay, cool. All right, we have 3, so don't tell the other piles. Wow, okay, so we have the Emperor and the Pillar, which is the Empress, and we have the 5 of Swords. So this is beautiful. Not only will you feel more balanced in yourself, your masculine aspects and your feminine aspects, you will be more trusting in what you can control and will surrender to what you can't. Life will feel more effortless and you'll feel more confident in your path. But the biggest thing is that you will feel more whole in yourself. And on top of that, with this 5 of Swords being here, you will not be so afraid of other people inflicting pain towards you, or other people betraying you, or being distrustful towards you, because you will have healed enough to the point that you will know if that ever happens, not only do you have the support, the resources, and the ability to deal with whatever pain comes from that, but also you will know that it's not a reflection of you, but a reflection of someone or of whoever did that. And it will help you be aware of who you shouldn't have in your world. And it will also be something that just allows you to, it will literally be people revealing themselves for who they are. And I feel like you won't have to worry about people betraying you, because you'll know if it happens, you have the tools to deal with it. And you'll also be free of that person's influence if you hadn't picked up on it before. And you may realize as well how much energy you have at your disposal when you're not constantly in this state of hypervigilance, trying to protect yourself or trying to prevent yourself from developing meaningful connection or from being hurt, you know? More than anything, though, I feel like you will just feel more aligned and confident in yourself, and more sure of who you are, and more trusting in how things, and how, more trusting in the uncertainty of how life works, but trusting that you can flow with it as you are meant to, and trusting in the earthly aspects of yourself. You know, the Empress and the Emperor are both the earthly elements of the feminine and the masculine. And so I feel like more than anything, you will just feel better about yourself. You'll recognize what you deserve. You'll also recognize any past forms of betrayal as reflections of the person doing the betraying, not reflections of you. And I think you'll also realize if you're already in a partnership, I think you'll be able to be aware of whether it's healthy and conducive for you or not. I also think that if you're not in one, maybe you will be in a place where you feel like you're ready and prepared to get yourself back out there, for example, or take a certain risk. And I think you'll also realize as well that not everyone out there is coming at relationships from a place of kill or be killed. I feel like you're healing from this mentality of it's a dog-eat-dog world, and recognizing that there are real, true, genuine people out there with kind hearts that just want to express love and give love and receive the same. And I think that you're going to be aligning with those people and letting go of the fear of connecting with the wrong kinds of people, because not only will you be aligned with more loving energies and more loving consciousness, but also you'll be able to better recognize people that are not in a state of love, that maybe are fickle, that maybe, I feel like you'll be able to recognize red flags that maybe you weren't aware of before. But with that being said, we're going to go ahead and do like a little pep talk from your spirit guides and kind of get some stones and like little modes of support for you. So the first thing I want to look at is something that your spirit guides want to remind you about yourself. So for that, we have I am celebrated, which is so awesome. So I definitely think that if you're not finding an excuse to celebrate, you need to celebrate. And in fact, maybe you just telling people about what you're going through will make them want to throw a party for you or something, or just show you how much they love you, because I feel like your existence is celebrated in the spiritual realms and you deserve to celebrate your existence as well. You're so valuable and so precious and so special, and I'm so sorry that there have been past experiences that have made you feel like you're not. But I feel like your guides are coming through to say now is the time to not accept that as a reality anymore. Not accept the idea that you're unworthy or not good enough anymore, because you not only are good enough, but you deserve to feel good about yourself and celebrate your existence. So a flower they could show up in, or what this flower represents, we have asters with elegance and patience. Nature does not hurry, yet everything is accomplished. So yeah, I think Spirit is really asking that you trust this process and trust that healing is not something that usually happens immediately, and it's not linear, and we don't need to have expectations about how it should come about. But one of the most healing things you can do is just feel your emotions and feel through the experience so that you don't suppress yourself or your emotions. In terms of a number meant for you, we have the number 18. So 18, 818, 181, 1818, 8181, anything like that could be a significant angel number. But it says, you are both open-minded and open-hearted, and your ambition is to leave the world better than you found it. Ensure that your goals are aligned with the collective need with the highest good of all. I am kind-hearted. So if you're like, I'm not open-minded and I'm not open-hearted, that's what you're working on healing, because that's where you're meant to be, because that is what's going to leave you in alignment with abundance and leave you in alignment with what's most fulfilling for you. But in terms of an animal the divine may show up as, we have the eagle spirit, with spirit has your back. So yeah, you're definitely being protected, and you may see your guides in the form of an eagle. But finally, you guys got 2 of these crystal cards. So these 2 crystals may be helpful in terms of you finding healing. So the first one we have is a Shiva lingam. I might be saying that wrong, but what it is, Shiva lingams, also known as banalingas, are phallus-shaped stones found in the bed of the Narmada River in India. In Hinduism, they represent an embodiment of the god Shiva, destroyer of illusion and transformer. Who needs it? Yoga people and people who hate yoga. Where to put it? Wherever you seek enlightenment, i.e. on the meditation cushion, concentrating on your breath, possibly chanting, and when to use it. When your ego has you feeling too small or totally supersized, when it seems like you're sucking the life force through a swizzle stick instead of a boba straw, when you've got baby making on your mind, go all in on your essence. And the other one is ametrine. A balanced blend of ametrine and citrine, this oh so ombre stone is heady purple and fiery gold in one powerful package. Its energy is ideal for sifting through mental chatter and to unearth pure inspo and act on it. Who needs it? The chronically indecisive and Libras, which, to be fair, as a Libra rising, you could just say chronically indecisive. But where to put it? Wherever you do your best thinking, i.e. the office or the bathtub, and when to use it. If a deadline is on the horizon and you need a big idea, if you can't decide on something, swipe left or swipe right, call on ametrine, and remember, either way, everything is going to be amazing. Make your big dreams your big life. So I'm going to see really quick. I know I have a Shiva over here. Ametrine, I know I have ametrine. The real question is, where is, oh, she's up here. Okay, so this is a Shiva lingam. And then this is ametrine, which is kind of hard to see the yellow, the citrine, but you can kind of see it here. It would help if there was sunlight, but there is not. But yeah, those are those stones. So now we're going to go ahead and get into your healing. So you guys chose the White Light Oracle. And I will say past this point, there will be no ads because there will be a healing process to be done. So if you want to give me thanks for that, I I will be listing those ways. I've already listed them a little bit, but what I'm going to be doing is shuffling a card from this White Light Oracle, and we're going to read it and see what guidance is there for you. And then whatever healing practice is there, we will be doing, I will be like facilitating it for you so that you can actually sit and receive it and you don't have to be like figuring out what to do or anything like that. So, Spirit, what guidance and healing do you have for pile 3, please? What guidance and healing do you have for pile 3? So we have the Sovereign Queen Maeve. Shout out to all the Maeves out there. So, let's see. We have number 40. Okay. So, value what is sacred to you by protecting it from interference, even that which may be well-intentioned. Be compassionate but set firm boundaries. You are going to triumph over a negative situation. It will take courage, but you have more than enough inner strength, resourcefulness, and boldness to accomplish what you wish to attain. Do not give up. You have the ability to connect with higher worlds, so open your heart and mind to the light. At the portal between everyday reality and the rapture of unchecked aliveness stands Sovereign Queen Maeve. She is an initiatrix, taking us beyond the constraints of polite moralism and into the bliss, sacred passion, grit, and astuteness needed to cultivate and protect the light. Goddess, warrior, queen of the Fae, and fearless guardian and protector of territory, Maeve is wild and determined. She stimulates confidence, encouraging one not to shy away, but rather to assertively engage with life and claim your true place in the world. She encourages us to refuse to allow our sacred territory to be intruded upon by unworthy rulers, whether they be critical voices in our own mind or ego-driven interlopers. Maeve is the instinct to engage when challenged, to call on recruits, and to use all the inner wisdom and talent at your disposal so you can assert the light and refuse to be put down or denied your rightful place. Protecting territory from a spiritual perspective is unlike the grasping and self-serving of the ego that wishes to obtain whatever it can for its own benefit. This world needs souls who are willing and able to hold sacred space and refuse to allow it become contaminated by greed, jealousy, hate, or confusion. This is an act of courage and selflessness. Such an act of courage serves all beings. To be a son or daughter of Maeve requires some spiritual chops. It takes feisty refusal to be dominated or controlled. It also takes the wisdom to recognize that one can lovingly accept all that is without judgment, whilst discerning when and how to set a firm boundary, lest sacred space be trampled upon and defiled by ignorance. Rapture is a pathway out of control and into the sacred and consciously chosen abandonment into something greater than self. When the ocean into which we plunge ourselves is that of spirit, then our ecstasy becomes a revitalizing, frequency-raising, soul-empowering experience, which manifests pathways to victory where, in a lower state of consciousness, there appear to be no hope. And that actually says awareness, not consciousness, but yeah. If we honor our need for communion with the sacred realms, we will give ourselves the time and space we need to integrate relevant practices into our lives. Committing to spiritual practice requires the self-possession to know what matters to you, irrespective of whether another or society in general can recognize the wisdom in your values. Sovereignty is self-possession. It is the belonging to oneself that happens internally as we claim our being and commit to our unique life journey. True spiritual sovereignty exists outside of social mores. It is not about becoming subversive or disrespectful to others, but rather about seeking out freedom of being. This leads you to naturally becoming an active presence which dismantles enslaving social mores and stimulates society to mature spiritually. This oracle asks you to come home to yourself again and again. Know you are strong enough to live your life and chart your course in communion with the sacred. In Sanskrit, Swaraj is self-rule, and as the meaning of Raj is also radiance, it can also mean self-luminous. Do not allow your destiny to rest in the hands of others. Recognize that the light within is your true ruler. You have the power to light yourself up with spirit. Commit to what you can do and believe the realms of the divine are working with you. Do not be dissuaded. You shall be victorious. So we're going to do the healing process now, which this one is a bit shorter. And what we're going to do is, if you are not in a place where you are on your own, then I would pause and save this until you are in a place where you can be on your own, or at the very least speak out loud without being heard or feeling comfortable. I also want to mention that you may want to do the healing process for pile 2. That part won't have any ads, so you can watch it and do it. It's fine. It's literally all about healing from loss. So if you want to do that, if you feel called to do that, I would highly recommend that. You can literally just start by going to the timestamp of pile 3 and then hit the backspace arrow until I'm about to shuffle those Archangel cards. But with that being said, if you are on your own now, I just want you to sit in a way where your feet are planted firmly on the ground, or in a place that makes you most comfortable, whatever feels best for you. I'm not going to be the position police, but now I guess just be receptive to whatever I'm about to say. If you resonate with the term inner queen, then use that as guided below. If you prefer the term inner king or some other term to express the spiritual sovereign or inner divine ruler, feel free to use that instead, substituting as necessary in the text below. Okay, so now place a hand over your heart, and when you are ready, state the following declaration of divine independence and spiritual sovereignty. So I want you to close your eyes and place your hand over your heart and really feel what you are saying as much as you possibly can. And I will repeat everything so that you can just repeat after me. So I'm going to do that now. I choose of my own free will to respect and serve the spiritually sovereign inner queen who resides within my heart. Through merciful compassion and empowering wisdom, I ask for divine assistance that is of ultimate spiritual benefit to all beings, to assist me in releasing false allegiances, breaking the bonds of impoverished servitude, and connecting to the strength, dignity, grace, and boldness of the sacred fire and spirit within me. May I love with courage. May I live with confidence. May I have the wisdom to abide in authenticity and determination. May all beings benefit spiritually through my light in this world and beyond. So be it. And now I just want you to sense the inner dignity of your true nature and let everything else fall away. And once you have done that, you have completed your healing process. So I'm going to go ahead and give you the opportunity to screenshot this if it wasn't flowing very well for you, or you just want to say this out loud or see the words yourself. Feel free to do that, and feel free to redo the healing process in any way you wish. But pile 3, that is where I'm going to leave this reading. So thank you guys so much for watching. And thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background, because that is one of the simplest and easiest ways to support me and show appreciation for what I do. Feel free to let me know if you want me to continue doing healing processes that way with like these sorts of decks when the time comes, or if you just want me to read and let you do the healing process on your own, if that's what you want to do. But yeah, with that being said, if you would like to support me in other ways, you can like this video, which is incredibly helpful. You can comment down below, let me know how it resonates, and you could subscribe if you haven't already. Be sure to click that little notification bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. If you're already subscribed, be sure to click that anyway, because you may not be getting my uploads or notifications about them. Also, you may want to check out my candles. Be sure to use code ASO10 for 10% off, or my merch. I also have social media. Feel free to follow me over there, as that is where I primarily should post. And yeah, that's all I have for you guys. So thank you so much for watching and for being here. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, Pile 4. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Kali Oracle, then this is going to be your reading on a healing message meant to find you. So if you want a full breakdown of the reading, there is one in the intro, as well as a little bit of information on healing that I thought might be useful. And if you want to make a wish with me, that is there as well. But we're going to go ahead and start by looking at the wound coming up for you. If it resonates, it's for you. If it doesn't resonate, then this message isn't for you. But with that being said, the first 3 cards that I am using come from decks that do not technically exist yet. And that is because Threads of Fate was kind enough to send me samples of these 3 new decks that they are launching on a Kickstarter to try to get created. One is a tarot deck, which is very similar to the Empyrean Oracle. It's going to be the Empyrean Tarot. If you've seen me use that Oracle deck that has like the shifting pictures, which you'll see in a moment, it's going to be the counterpart to that. And then this is a rune-based Oracle deck, and then this is just a regular Oracle deck. But if you're interested in supporting the Kickstarter, the links for that will be down below. But let's go ahead now and see what wound is coming up for you. So to start, we have the Ruler of Globes, which, because this is a sample deck, I don't have a guidebook or anything like that. I'm guessing that globes are pentacles. So, and I know from other decks by Threads of Fate that rulers are kings. So I'm going to say that this is the King of Pentacles, as I do this a lot. I love the holographic action going on. But we also have Void, as well as the rune Wunjo, which I could be saying that wrong. If so, the pronunciation police will come for my neck, I'm sure. And then these 2 cards are mine, but, well, not like mine, but like, I didn't create them, I bought them and I use them. So we have the third eye chakra with the theme of inspiration, and the trigger statement is, I am tired of it all. And the true statement is, I find strength in my purpose. Sorry, I'm burping. This is just a chaotic intro altogether. Please rest and know that in this stillness, you will find clarity around your purpose here. The need to cope will fall away as you find the question you are the answer to. And finally, we have this ego card, and it says, I forgive myself for pressuring myself to understand more than I am meant to know in the present moment. I choose to believe that there are things that were never meant to be in my hands and instead are being divinely guided. Okay, so I'm getting a couple of different scenarios here, but there's 2 large ones looming. And actually, before I even set up this reading, this is like one of the only court cards that came in the sample that I got. And I was told specifically, like by my guides, that this was meant to represent a father wound, which like you could have like the greatest parents in the world and still have mother and father wounds. Like, hello, me right here. So just because I bring up a father wound doesn't mean that like you had a bad father or a bad parent. Mother and father wounds exist within all of us, and they often exist beyond just one lifetime. But I'm definitely feeling like in this case, this father wound may be around wanting to please, like, for example, a father or a guardian figure, maybe both parents, or if not a father, maybe like a spouse, or if you're younger, I would say someone that either still has a say in your life, like a parent or something like that. But if this has only to do with you, then I would say that you're likely in a position where you are secure in life, where you're comfortable, but maybe you're either not happy or you've had this realization that you want to be doing something different. The common theme here is that if this pile is meant for you, you may be in this weird state where you've gotten clarity recently on something you either want to explore or pursue, or you've found things in your life that bring you joy and that bring you clarity. This Wunjo rune represents like light and joy, which is ironic because it's the exact opposite of this void card, which is nothingness, blackness, just the dark void. Like it's light and dark. And I feel like in this case, you may really be struggling to deal with all the shifts happening, especially if you are someone who really relies on feeling in control, or at least knowing what your next steps are and having a plan. Like if you're the type of person that likes to have like a 5-year plan, I can just feel your guides like laughing at that because it's so funny how like thankfully the universe ignores our timelines because it has even better timelines for us. But I feel like for some of you, you could have done something major, like stand up to a parental figure, for example, and do the whole like like the classic teen flick trope that's like, but son, you're giving up your dream. And then the son goes, no, dad, I'm giving up your dream. Which like, you might be doing that. You might be having that moment. You might be having a Troy Bolton High School Musical moment. Which we love that for you. We love that you're giving up on someone else's dream. But for you, if you're not, if there's no outside force that you feel like you're trying to please, or that you want to please, or you feel like you're trying to seek their approval, and this just has to do with you, and you're kind of in that group where you've been more secure in yourself, or just secure, and I don't mean secure in terms of like confidence, I mean secure in terms of like where you're at in life, like you have enough to fulfill your needs and then some. You are able to you have enough for comfort, essentially. You may be feeling a little bit shaken or afraid because you may have had a realization, or you may be reaching a place of burnout where whatever it is that you're doing, even though it's making you comfortable, it's not fulfilling you anymore. And you may have that fear of switching gears or trying something different, either because you have no clue what you want to do, or you're afraid of the unknown and what different would look like, you know? So that wound would come into just wanting to feel in control, being afraid of things outside of what is certain and safe. But ultimately, like, I think that the common theme here is that you've had some sort of realization that has brought you clarity, and maybe if not a realization, you've just had moments of awareness that are too powerful to ignore, that have brought you a lot of joy, that have illuminated like the person that you're truly meant to be. Like the example that I'm getting is, I'll just use myself as an example because I don't know how to create a third person one on the fly. But like for me, there was a lot of confusion around what I wanted to do in my life for like most of it. I changed my major in college 8 times. But the first time I had the realization of, I don't know what I want to do, but I know I want to help people, it was like the fog had lifted a little bit, and a little bit of that weight and a little bit of that stress of like, what am I going to do with my life? Oh God, like if I live a healthy life, I'm going to exist for another 60 years and I don't know what I'm going to do. It like helped that a little bit. And for you, maybe you had one of those sorts of realizations where you're like, I know that I want to be doing something that addresses this issue in the world, or I know I want to I know I want to do something that aligns with this talent that I have, or aligns with this thing that I really enjoy doing. And for some of you, that's, like I said, that's uncomfortable because it may require you to venture into the unknown. And I think for all of you, it requires you to venture into the unknown. But for many of you, there may be this realization that you want things to change and you know that you're not happy and that your happiness lies elsewhere, but you don't know what that is yet. And that might be really overwhelming you because you're like, I know I don't like what I'm currently doing, or I know I don't want to do what I'm currently doing, but I have no clue what I do want to do. And I don't want to just make this like take extreme action and leave myself like either vulnerable or lost. And I feel like for some of you, there may be this extra stress if you have like this burden from your family, for example, to do like to have a certain career path or to make a certain amount of money, especially if you have pressure to support your family or things like that. And I definitely think that a lot of that is weighing on you. And I think the first thing that you're really being called to do is to take a deep breath. Let's do another one. Because you're carrying a lot on those precious little shoulders of yours, pile 4. And you're not meant to carry so much of it. In fact, I feel like this is a time actually where you are meant to let go of the need for solutions and just be open to what the universe might be trying to show you or tell you, or what might be continuing to add or contribute to this feeling of lightness and joy, because those are the things that are going to kind of give you insight as to where you should be heading next. But I do feel like there is this sense of overwhelm because you might be feeling like, I have no clue what I'm doing. And you may even be feeling in the dark and like maybe disconnected from your higher self or disconnected from spirit in general, which let me just tell you, first of all, you're never truly disconnected from spirit. You're always held by, and by spirit, I just mean whatever you believe, God, the universe, the unconditionally loving thread that connects us all into oneness and the underlying energy behind all creation, whatever you associate that to be, you're always connected to it. The idea that you're not is just a distortion of the mind and often a fear. But I feel like because there is, either for some of you, you may be just kind of going through like an icky dark period right now, or that icky dark period could be stemming from the stress and overwhelm of either knowing you need to shift gears and having no clue what that shift looks like, or knowing that you want to be doing something different that doesn't align with people that you love and care about's expectations of you or what they think you should be doing, and the fear of disappointing them, or the fear of creating drama, or just the fear of not getting their approval, which is completely understandable. But the really important thing to remember is that when you're in a void state, that nothingness is also the source material for everything that is. Out of nothing comes everything. And that might seem very paradoxical, but it's actually really fitting that you guys chose the Kali Oracle, because the Kali Ma is often represented as the Dark Mother, and she's kind of like associated with the void, I believe. I am not the biggest expert, but anyone who is, if you would like to drop some information about Kali Ma in the comments, that would be awesome, because she is a very wonderful goddess, and I found, when she found me, it certainly helped me, but, and clearly she's meant to find you too, because you're here. But with that being said, I definitely think that you are kind of really struggling with burnout and fatigue because you're trying to get everything figured out, and there's a part of you that just doesn't know. There's a part of you that's afraid. There's a part of you that's worried about facing people that you maybe love and care about that may not approve of what you want to be doing. And, you know, a lot of this father wound could be rooted in approval or support or feeling safe and protected, especially like if you're in the group where it has nothing to do with anyone else but yourself. You know, you may just be really worried of, you know, following this path that is less certain, a path less traveled, because, you know, the same security isn't necessarily going to be there, and you might have to shift and change how you go about things. So there's definitely like a lot of fear here. And I think ultimately these wounds are lying in the fact that you're being led and maybe currently already in, you've already been led to and are in or are being led to this kind of state of chaos where you're very much in the dark and you know that things aren't right and you know that there is something better out there for you, or there's something more aligned out there for you, but you either don't know what that is yet, but the steps to get there may require some difficult conversations or some difficult changes or a lot of time and dedication, or maybe just the uncertainty of walking a path that is unknown. And I definitely think you are really being encouraged to let go of the hows and the whens and instead look into the whys of why you're doing things. We're going to get into the tarot in a second, but because I'm already starting to channel things that are not necessarily related to the wound. But what I do know is that you deserve to live a life aligned with who you truly are, and you also deserve to be able to live a life that is fulfilling to you, that brings you joy. And that purpose, a life purpose, doesn't have to do with career, by the way. It could literally be anything. I think a great life purpose is to actually be present and just live and just exist in a way that is present and gracious and appreciative of yourself and life. Like, a purpose can truly be anything. But I do think that there is this kind of controlling part of you that feels the need to control in order to feel safe. And that part of you is having a really hard time dealing with the fact that a lot of this is outside of your control. And how other people might react to the changes you're making or will make is also outside of your control. And so I could definitely see how there's a lot of overwhelm. And I feel like one of the wounds that's being highlighted here is this wound around acceptance, and this wound around seeking acceptance at the betrayal of yourself, or honoring yourself and dealing with the wound of not being accepted for that, which is, of course, so hard. And I just want to give you such a big hug, because you deserve to be accepted for exactly who you are and exactly what you want to do. And, you know, unfortunately, not everybody sees things the same way, but people can always come around. And also, I think that there is a real call here, especially if you want to do something, and for example, like, let's say your parents don't approve of it or something like that. You know, sometimes we have to prove people wrong, or sometimes we have to be okay with a lack of approval, and then they eventually come around. I just heard, I think, is that his name? He's a comedian. I think his name is Jimmy Yang, but he's talked about how his parents, I think, I could be completely making this up, but I'm pretty sure there is a comedian named Jimmy Yang, and I'm pretty sure that he has talked about the fact that his parents really disapproved of his comedy career, but they certainly came around after he gained success or something like that. I don't know, I might be butchering that, but I would also trust in the idea that things can unfold more naturally than you think. And in fact, when you let go of control, you're giving yourself the opportunity to be open to inspiration, guiding you towards what's truly aligned with you. And also, it will leave room for you to feel lighter in this chaotic process, so you're not using up all your precious time and energy beating yourself up or worrying or fretting about answers that will come to you in the perfect time and the perfect way. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and get into the tarot now. And while I am shuffling, I just quickly wanted to shout out everyone that takes the time to leave a like on the video if you enjoyed it. That is like one of the simplest and easiest ways to show appreciation and show support. And not only lets me know what you guys are enjoying and like what you want to see more of, but also it just helps me in terms of like the algorithm and letting YouTube know you enjoy my videos, so that it keeps sharing them. But of course, you know, I'm just happy you're here. And you know, don't feel like you have to watch readings if you're not in the mood for readings or if you don't want them. I'm just saying, when you are here and you feel a pang of gratitude, you know, shout out to everyone who leaves a little like or a comment or lets the ads play in the background, because that just supports me and helps me be able to do this. And I'm grateful for that. I already cut the deck into threes, but I guess I'm doing it again. Okay. So we're going to start by looking at a distortion you have about yourself / this wound. So for pile of four, Spirit, what is a distortion that they have about themselves / this wound? we have the Page of Cups. Okay, this makes a lot of sense. So I think that this is actually really common. This is such a common distortion. But the idea that at some point we have to grow up and put away our childish fantasies and our childlike sense of self and grow up and enter the real world. And I think that is bullshit. As an adult with a 401k that pays their taxes, I have a giant Winnie the Pooh in the same room as me, as well as a plethora of other stuffed animals. You know why? Because I'm an adult and I can do what I want. And that's the cool thing about adulthood, is you can do what you want because you pay your own bills. And the truth is that you are absolutely not required to let go of your child, the childlike version of yourself. Obviously, maybe the more like immature parts, but the things that bring you joy and that keep you connected to that childlike spark, that sense of whimsy, that sense of wonder, that sense of magic, that belief in something greater than yourself, and that realization that there's magic everywhere, and just looking at the world through these pure and sweet and precious eyes, like you always have access to that and you never have to let go of that. And the sad thing is that, you know, as we grow, we are taught, you know, to play things safe and to do what is going to bring security. And there's a lot of logic in that, and there's value in that, because some people do better with something that may be less fulfilling on a soul level, but it's more optimal for them because they just prefer to have something that is comfortable and that they feel safe in, and that's what's going to help them thrive. But for others, you know, being in a situation where you're just safe and suffering, you know, that may be less preferable to facing the unknown and doing something that actually makes you feel joy. But I feel like the distortion that you may have is that you have to put away childhood parts of yourself, or the playful, artistic, or creative parts of yourself that bring you joy and that you just have fun embodying. With the Page of Cups being here, you know, you never have to let go of that creative and whimsical, fun, magic part of yourself. There is no requirement that you let go of your dreams and your wishes. I mean, there's literally a wishbone here, and I'm hearing Cinderella in my head right now singing like, a dream is a wish your heart makes. And I really do think that you're being asked to let go of the idea that growing up means just suffering and hating life and paying bills, as part of it, as a portion of it. But you also have a hell of a lot more control in terms of creating a reality that you enjoy and making your space and making your life one that honors you and honors the unique, authentic soul and human that you are. And I just think with this Page of Cups here, like, your dreams are not just childlike whimsy or something that you should just scoff at or look at as just a silly, like, childhood dream or goal of yours. I feel like you're really being encouraged to recognize that the version of yourself that you were in childhood was just a pure and authentic expression of your soul in this little tiny body learning about the world. And as you've grown, you've adapted to more of the ways in which humans think and operate and behave, and obviously you're affected by that. And so we believe in this illusion that we're just supposed to grow up, and when we grow up we lose touch with that and things like that. But that's a conscious thing. That's a conscious choice to let go of that. Maybe it's not conscious, but we can always reconnect with that part of ourselves. And there are some people that, you know, will be like, ugh, grow up, or you're so childish. And those are the exact people that don't have a connection with their inner child that need it the most. And you could teach them a lesson or two by embodying your own inner child and having more fun and having time for play. I feel like even if you are in a secure position where maybe you aren't super happy with your career, but you're not ready to make a change, maybe you're not even spending time like doing anything creative because all of your energy is being spent like worrying, or being spent on trying to figure things out, or just being spent on trying to avoid kind of the more uncomfortable feelings. But I feel like you're really just being encouraged to look at the fact that your inner child and the version of yourself that was a child is never truly leaves you. And the more you can honor it and connect to it, the more you'll realize that it was always within you, and the more you will have access to a lighter, more playful version of yourself that always exists. Because, you know, obviously, like, as an adult, you're probably not going to just want to, like, sit and play with Play-Doh. You know, it might not have the same, what your interests are as a 6-year-old versus a 26-year-old is probably going to be different, and that's okay. But it's not about just, like, regressing into childhood, but rather bringing the more whimsical parts of yourself, and the parts of yourself that like to dream and see all the possibilities, you know, and just be fantastical and use your imagination, and just do things that connect you to the present moment and just bring you joy and are just genuinely fulfilling. Like, you can have access to that now. And the idea that you have to spend every moment being productive, which, first of all, play actually is productive, but we shouldn't be basing things on productivity, period. But also just the idea that you ever have to let go of your dreams. Like, just because, and people will tell you that you have to put away your dreams and go into the real world. And they're only saying that because that's what they did. I'm here to tell you that you absolutely don't have to do that, and you can be a fully grown adult with a giant Winnie the Pooh, and nobody can stop you. Nobody. Anyway, let's go ahead and see how you've already been healing this wound. So, how has pile 4 been healing this wound already, please? We have the 10 of Swords. Okay, so I do feel like there has been an ending of some kind, or with the 10 of Swords being here, I do feel like you've put an end to certain things that weren't working for you anymore. Like, for example, maybe for some of you quit your job and you like moved home or something like that, and maybe you're feeling a lot of stress because, like, for example, if you moved home, your parents are like, hey, what are you gonna do with what's going on, or something like that. You know, the fact that maybe you made the decision to end something, that is something that is helping you heal. But also, I think with this 10 of Swords, your mindset is shifting in powerful ways, where you're recognizing the ways in which your mindset doesn't really help you and maybe drains you. So maybe when I was talking about like just not being able to dedicate more energy to the things that bring you joy, because so much of your energy is being spent stressing and worrying about the fact that you don't know what's going on and you don't know what's next and you don't feel connected to things. I definitely think that just being aware of that and being aware of how that line of thinking isn't necessarily productive, and maybe me as I was talking shit about productivity, but if you base things on productivity, then I would say it's definitely more productive and restorative to spend some time thinking of constructive things to keep your mind busy, rather than allow your mind to run away with you and just stress you out. But with this 10 of Swords as well, I do think that there have been things you've been healing from. Like, I think you've probably been doing a lot of inner work on your own. And it's probably this inner work that has led you to this realization that you want something different, or led you to this realization that you have to follow your own path. And that might be very scary. But the beautiful thing is that you're being guided by something not only far more intelligent than any human on this planet, but also unconditionally loving and wants the best, not only for you, but for the highest good of every single person on this planet. So I really think that this is just going to be a process of trust for you. And I think the more you just consciously recognize where you may be trying to hold on to control that is an illusion in the first place, I feel like that recognition is helping you as well. But if anything has left your life recently, whether it be a job, a connection, anything like that, I feel like it was meant to happen. And I feel like whatever you've been doing in terms of like processing that loss or that ending, like giving yourself the room to grieve, or giving yourself the room to feel bittersweet, or just feel whatever feelings you may have associated with it, I definitely feel like that is helping you move through energy. But I feel like one thing you're really being encouraged to look at, instead of seeing this void as just nothingness and darkness, instead see it as the potential of unlimited possibility, and get excited about the potential paths you could go down, because the ones that will be right for you, you'll feel intuitively. And I definitely think that the closer you are to your path, or the closer you are to alignment with your path, the more synchronicities you will see, and the more you will just feel connected to spirit through the physical realm. Like, you may just see reminders of like your guides, or reminders of certain synchronicities that you have, or certain symbolic signs that you have. I also just think you'll be feeling more confident in the fact that you don't know where you're headed, but you know it's better than where you've been, if that makes sense. But I want to see what else you can do to bring about more healing in this situation. Beautiful. We have the High Priestess, which if you want to get a High Priestess candle, use code ASO10. I am not a saleswoman at all. I'm so bad at plugging things, but yeah, that's the thing. But anyway, the fact that we have the High Priestess here, this is really an encouragement for you to go within and to embrace the unknown. The High Priestess is literally all about listening to your intuition. Instead of taking action, taking time for stillness, trusting in the mysteries of what is unfolding, and following your own inner guidance even when everything outside of you doesn't make much sense. I feel like this is almost your divine permission slip to really trust your intuition and be okay with the idea that you may not know exactly where you're being led, but trusting that it's going to be better than what you could even imagine, because it's just aligned with who you are and aligned with the joy you deserve to feel. I also think with the High Priestess here, if you've been wanting to do any energy work, for example, like learning Reiki or getting Reiki done, I would highly recommend getting Reiki attuned, because I just think it's a great way to heal yourself. But I also just think, if you want to like learn more about yourself through things like tarot or oracle cards, like doing that, or just exploring the occult in a way that interests you, or exploring your spiritual side in any way that brings you more clarity about yourself, I think could be really helpful and really useful. But I also think just trusting in your own intuitive abilities and trusting in the idea that you don't have to have your path exactly laid out to know that you're still carried and being brought there for a reason, and to know that you can trust where you're being led. I feel like there may be people in your life that have less faith in you than you do, and that's okay. And you need to be okay with that, because the beautiful thing about that is you get the opportunity to prove them wrong. As someone who has been chronically underestimated in their life, I just will say I like that, because it gives me room to be like, bitch, here's what I can do, and to show people rather than say it. And I think that you're also being told to show rather than tell. So when people are asking for plans or saying, well, what are you going to do? Be like, I don't know, and I'll figure it out. Or just kind of keep your plans on the down low. I feel like it's really important for you to protect and preserve what is being created and cultivated right now, because there's some people that might just want to rain on your transformation parade. And I cannot be in 50 million places at once, because if I could, I would be fighting all of them on your behalf. But I can't. So I would just highly recommend that you keep your plans under wraps. And also just trust in the mystery you're being led towards, because there's a lot of beauty and a lot of joy and a lot of just miraculous experiences that you're meant to have that are waiting in the wings when you let go of your idea of what you think your life should be, or when you let go of the need to live a life not aligned with you for approval. I also think with the High Sage too, you're really just being encouraged to take things one step at a time and just trust that you'll know exactly what to do. Like when there's something you are meant to do, you will know it because you'll feel it. The fact that you don't know what to do right now, the fact that things do feel chaotic, I feel like that is a sign for you to just go within and listen and observe and bide your time in ways where you are getting in touch with yourself creatively, or you're doing whatever is just helping you feel more comfortable while you are stuck in this state of chaos and in this state of uncertainty, because obviously that is uncomfortable, but you can always take steps to, at the very least, try to ground yourself and find peace in that moment, to be in the eye of the storm rather than just flailing about it chaotically in the middle of it. But I want to see if there's anything that could like make this wound worse or make these wounds worse that you should be aware of. Okay, so we have the Devil here. So I definitely think that this is a couple of things. This is Capricorn energy, so this could be related to a Capricorn person. But I think, first of all, workaholism in general could be something that, or the desire to put the material over the spiritual as more important than the spiritual, which, like, I don't think the spiritual or the material is more important. I think they're both equally important, and they both deserve equal importance. And sometimes one will be more important than the other, and that's normal and okay. But I think right now the spiritual is really important, less important than the material. I feel like right now the focus is more in the spiritual realms and the energetic realms, because those energetic realms rearranging and bringing you clarity and bringing you awareness and healing, that is what's reorienting you to take grounded action in the material realm that's actually aligned with your soul. It's like Spirit is setting up the foundations for you to take action in the physical. But I feel like this Devil card being here, I feel like the things that could make this wound worse, because I think ultimately this wound has a lot to do with just fear of the unknown, and also wounds around acceptance, which I guess are rejection wounds technically. I feel like you're really being encouraged to pay attention to where you feel you need someone's validation, or where you feel attached to someone's approval or attached to material things. I feel like if you're attached to a certain way of living, or if you're attached to a certain toxic person in your life that maybe takes like a lot of time and energy, or their approval, or maybe they're so toxic that you don't even want their approval, you just feel like you have to walk on eggshells around them. Those may be people you want to be aware of, as they may make it very challenging and triggering for you to stay centered in this uncertainty, because they may start asking you questions or may make you start to doubt yourself. I feel like any past habits that you know don't serve you, or past connections that you know don't serve you, or anything like that, that could definitely reopen this wound, because there's already kind of some established energy here. But I also feel like if you start to feel the need to prove yourself, or like if you become attached to this new path looking a certain way in the material realm, like, for example, you know, I want to be an artist, but I'll only be an artist if I can make XYZ, or I'll only be valid as an artist if I reach this like financial threshold or something like that. When you're placing like expectations on yourself and placing your worth in the material, or placing the people that you're attached to, like their approval above your own soul's desires to self-actualize, those are definitely things that can not only hold you back but keep you trapped and stuck in the past. And I think it's less of a reopening of the wound, and instead keeping you like stuck and attached to the wound in the first place, keeping you stuck on that need for approval from others, keeping you stuck on that need to control things and that need to know how things are going to turn out. It's like staying in a hell of your own making, because that's more comfortable than facing the unknown and what might be in there, if that makes sense. But finally, I want to see how you will know you're making progress in terms of healing this. How will pile 4 make progress? We have the 2 of Wands here. So you'll know you're making progress with this wound when you start making plans and know what direction you're going to start heading in. I just have to mention that we have the Sun on the bottom of the deck, and I feel like you really should trust this cycle of time because it is leading to a lot of joy. But with the Two of Wands being here, you'll know you've healed this wound because, or the healing of this wound is occurring because you'll start making plans and start knowing what direction you're headed in, and the passion you have for the purpose behind it will be more powerful than your need or desire for approval from others. Like, I'll use myself as an example again. Tarot is like one of the first things that I found where I was like, I love this thing so much, I actually don't care what other people think of it. And it was like really powerful for me because that I was also younger, but it made me realize that like when you're following something or doing something that brings you that much joy, like what people think of you doesn't really matter at that point, because if they truly care about you and want the best for you, they're gonna be happy that you found something that makes you happy. But with this Two of Wands being here, I just feel like you will know that you've made progress because you will have realistic goals and realistic plans. Even if those plans are just figuring out what it is you want to do, like you will have structure that is supporting the person that you're becoming, and you won't feel so much guilt about choosing that, or you won't feel so much stress and overwhelm about following this unique path. Instead, you'll feel excited, you'll feel passionate, and there will also be this balanced energy of like, you may be uncertain and a little bit nervous about what the future holds, but you know you're like, you feel in your heart you're on the right path, and plans are coming together very easily and things are flowing nicely. Like, you'll find that the plans you do make seem to happen very like they go off. Like I heard the words go off without a hitch. And they just unfold very easily. But also, I just think you'll be more excited for the future. You'll know the general direction you want to head in. And I think that this wound ultimately comes down to like you believing in and trusting your purpose over the fears of not having enough, over the fears of not having approval from others, over the fears of failing, over any of those fears. So I hope it wasn't too confusing with me using the word wound, because I don't know if this was necessarily around a wound, but the goal of this message is to help you heal. So I hope at the very least it's doing that. But we're going to go ahead and switch gears now. And I am going to ask for some kind of like, this is partially like a pep talk from your guides, but also like signs that your guides might show up in. So I want to start by looking at something that your guides want you to know about yourself. So for you, oh, beautiful. We have I am blessed. So yeah, your guides are telling you that not only like are you blessed, but you're being guided and protected. And I feel like you're really just being encouraged to trust in this not knowing, and instead of stressing out about it and wondering what you should be doing or how you should be doing it, instead get excited for the mystery. And I know that may be hard, especially if you're someone who doesn't like surprises or doesn't like being left out of the loop, but I promise you, the universe only withholds information until it's no longer useful to you for you to not know it. So once it is useful for you to know information, you will know it. And sometimes we have to have building blocks to get there. But we also have the number 18. So I feel like for some of you, maybe you turned 18 recently or you're turning 18 soon, which I will say, you are technically supposed to be 18 watching these, but I won't tell. And you may be afraid, like maybe, because I was getting the example of parents, which I don't get all the time. You may be worried like, oh, when I might get kicked out if I follow this thing. And I feel like the universe is saying, no matter what happens, you are blessed and you are protected. Trust yourself and honor the decisions that feel right in your heart. And trust that also, like, you wouldn't be guided to make these changes, and you wouldn't be in this position in the first place if you weren't meant to do something different, if you weren't meant to do something aligned with your purpose. But anyway, we also have some crystals. So we have epidote. I might be saying that wrong. Epidote is a prismatic, earthy green aluminum silicate mineral. It's the get what you give stone, making good vibes even better. But be warned, if you bring epidote into your world, be ready to bring it. If you're set on wallowing out, keep epidote at safe distance. I'm sorry if I'm saying that wrong. Who needs it? Anyone putting in the work on their self. where to put it, stashed away with your existential to-do list, and when to use it, when you're looking to kick a bad habit, a bad friend, or a bad mood, when you want to cast a spotlight on your weaknesses so you can work on them and upgrade your version of you. Sounds very fitting. And we also have Chrysocolla, which I'm also going to say wrong. Deal with it. Chrysocolla forms near copper ore deposits, hence its wavy blue-green swirls left behind by the oxidized metal. Like other materials associated with copper, think telephone wires, Chrysocolla opens up the channels of clear communication. Who needs it? Anyone entangled in the 24/7 fear cycle propagated by the politico-media complex, and those who can never find the right words. Where to put it? Hold it to your high heart and breathe. When to use it, when you feel small and vulnerable and are looking for someone to parent you, but then you remember you are a grown-up, but it's cool because you totally got this. Be your own mama. We also have a flower that is coming through. So your flower is lilac, and it talks about first emotions of love. Love is the magician that pulls man out of his own hat. So I do think that if you don't have something that you've found yet that you truly love, which maybe this path that you want to follow as a person or something like that, I was getting like more career oriented like energies, but it could absolutely be anything. I definitely feel like the things that make you feel like, oh yes, I love this, I want to do this, those are the things that you should be following, or at the very least opening yourself up to have more of in your life. And I definitely think lilac, or even the color lilac, could be very significant for you. But you guys actually got 2 angel numbers as well. You guys are really blessed. You got the most cards. So for you guys, we have 00 as 1 angel number. Angels ask for your attention. Open your eyes, listen, and think about everything that is happening. Trust your intuition and follow their guidance without any delay. Focus inward through meditation and prayer. I am observant. And we also have 999. Thank the past for your lessons and leave it where it belongs so you can make the best of the life that is still waiting to be fulfilled by only you. And it says, I am unique. And I think that's the thing as well. If you're trying to compare your path to someone else's, or feeling like, well, if you feel like, first of all, there's always room for you. So if you're like, well, this market's already saturated, that doesn't matter. There's still room for you. But also, if you're comparing your path to others and saying, well, their path didn't work out, or they did this and they ended up not liking it, or their path is not your path. And what works for them is not necessarily what will work for you. So I think you're really being encouraged to embrace your uniqueness and embrace your own unique journey and be open to how it unfolds rather than trying to control it, because I feel like what you're controlling is really just you kind of holding back on receiving more insight, awareness, clarity, and peace, and also blessings that will come from this shift in your life. But finally, we have the dog spirit. Be loyal to what you love. So dogs could definitely be, if you find any dogs, well, I guess if you have dogs, that could be a sign that they are like guardians and protectors and a support for you through this challenging time, but your guides could come through in the form of dogs. It also makes me think of, I'm going to say her name wrong. The pronunciation police are going to lock me up and throw away the key for how much I've been butchering today. But Hecate, I believe that she is a goddess that is closely tied to dogs, so maybe she is significant. But the fact that we would be loyal to what you love, you're really being encouraged to trust in the things that light you up with love, because love is more powerful than fear, and love is the thing that makes facing the fear worth it. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and finish off with your final guidance from Kali. So moving forward, there will not be any ads because we're going to do whatever healing process is in the book, and I'm going to facilitate it for you. And essentially, I am just going to shuffle a card, and it will have guidance and some sort of healing practice attached to it. So let's go ahead and see. Beloved Kali Ma, what guidance do you have for pile 4? What healing and wisdom do you have for pile 4 at this time? Wow, okay, we have Dumavati. And this is once again an example of please don't come from a neck with pronunciation. I'm doing my best. Okay, so Beloved mother who dwells in the smoke, who presides over the most difficult transitions, she who knows that certain endings are unavoidable. They are necessary predecessors to radical reinvention. Her presence brings the message that though disappointment, defeat, or loss, and the negative repercussions of such experience may cause suffering for a time, they will not limit your future happiness. They are a means for opening as yet unrecognized pathways for fulfillment. Your trust must be unconditional at this time, and later you shall see that everything has worked out for the absolute best. The seventh of the Mahavidya wisdom goddesses is Dhumavati. She is the crone goddess, and uniquely in the Hindu context from which she arises, also a widow. Her name means she who is made of smoke. And as the expression goes, where there's smoke, there's fire. Dhumavati is associated with the profound suffering. Just as smoke is the polluting and concealing manifestation of fire, it can be hard to believe there is any divine blessing, hidden or otherwise, when we are in the agonies of intense suffering. In honoring Dhumavati, we acknowledge that our suffering is a part of life and can develop compassion. Our capacity for kindness is often in direct proportion to the suffering that we have experienced and processed, as it can grow empathy and wisdom in the soul. Some continue to create pain for themselves and others alleviate suffering in the world through what they have learned. The difference comes through the willingness to face and process pain. Dhumavati can help us find the courage to be real about our suffering, neither becoming lost in it nor avoiding it, but rather to go through it and process it. Dhumavati is often associated with the most painful aspects of human existence: aging, disease, thirst, poverty, hunger, death, and ugliness on all levels. This may cause some to fear her and try to push her away. Yet when we are suffering greatly, we can know that she is with us. With her black, smoky skin, she becomes the blackened Madonna, the beloved mother who does not watch our suffering from some remote place in blissful detachment, but is suffering along with us. Our cries resonate in her heart. In our emotional anguish, she is our sacred companion, and her presence can help us bear witness with honesty and courage. Healing begins with an acknowledgement of suffering. You cannot resolve an issue if you deny it exists. Bearing honest witness is the only way for change to begin. When Dhumavati arises in a reading, there is an opportunity to end a profound and difficult struggle, perhaps one that is obscured and difficult to articulate and acknowledge. Such truth speaking to yourself happens when you can admit, "This is not good for me," or I'm not yet sure what or how, but something needs to stop." Dhumavati is sometimes depicted with two crows attempting to pull a cart they cannot move. At other times, her cart is without means of movement at all. She brings the message that the path you are on cannot take you any further. This does not mean that life is over, but rather that life as you have known it has come to an end. This is an inception of a new cycle. To be ready for it, as we know from Kali's mysteries, we must grieve and release what has been. In the social context from which Dhumavati emerges, widows are at the edges of acceptable social status. In this way, Dhumavati is a goddess for those who have been shunned, criticized, denounced, those forced out of social status or position through circumstances that are not necessarily of their own choosing. When external events seem to be forcing you in a certain direction, feelings of vulnerability can arise, but then so can a sense of being deeply guided by the universe. Dhumavati's presence signifies a time when something you once counted on has failed you in some way. Through that process, opportunities open that would not have otherwise been available to you. Dhumavati is the harbinger of endings and loss, but also of radical trust and secret blessings that are revealed later, and most often unexpectedly. Something avoided at all cost happens anyway, and we end up being grateful for it because it frees us. New horizons open up. Everything changes. It wasn't easy. It took courage. It hurt a lot. We had to grow, but she was there with us, letting us know, this feels terrible, but something good is going to come from it. The pain will end. You are going to be more than just okay. You are going to thrive. Okay, so now we're going to do the invocation ritual. So if you are in a public place or if you're around a ton of people where you can't really take time to yourself, I would pause this now and wait until you can come back to the reading when you are on your own or in a place with privacy. If you are on your own, then I would just go ahead and make yourself comfortable. Take a deep breath or two. Just kind of get yourself in a place where you want to be. And I am going to do I'm going to say the prayer out loud for you, and then you can repeat it. And then I'm going to kind of talk you through the meditation, but the practice ends with a mantra, and I'm actually going to have you do the mantra on your own because you may need to see it. It's a little bit long and the pronunciation might be tricky, but I also, when it comes to doing mantras, they're awesome and they're super helpful. And I find it to be most helpful when I kind of have the time to do them and say them out loud calmly, to the point where you can almost like feel the vibration of the words that you are saying. But so what I'm gonna do now is we're gonna do the prayer, and if you wanna like close your eyes and put your hand on your heart and center yourself, feel free to do that, and you can repeat after me. So let's take a deep breath. Ma Dumavadi, I honor your powerful presence and sacred blessings that lead to spiritual liberation. I gratefully receive your powers of protection, warding off negativity and defending me from enemies, known and unknown, within and without. You acknowledge my suffering and the suffering of all beings, so that healing and awakening can truly occur. You show us when and how to lean into the mysterious workings of the universe. You give me freedom and entry into new worlds. The prayers of our dark mothers, gracious mind, rise upon your smoky essence. May blessings and healing manifest for the spiritual benefit of all beings. Jema, Jema, Jema. So keep your eyes closed. And now I just want you to take a moment to acknowledge where you are struggling right now. It may be a pain in your life, pain you sense in others, or the world. That acknowledgement can become the ending of a pathway that cannot lead you anywhere worth going. You don't have to know how to start a new path. The Divine Mother knows. As you honestly and courageously bear witness, you can speak your declaration. So pause this if you're still kind of sitting in that energy and acknowledging. And when you're ready to speak the declaration, you can go ahead and hit play. Divine Mother, healing change and compassionate awakening is needed here. And then state out loud where it is needed. And then you can open your eyes and you can say the mantra sequence, and you can say it however many times you want. 1 is enough. You can do 3, you can do a divine number, however feels right to you. But you can go ahead and screenshot that if you would like, and then you can finish off your prayer by bowing with your hands in prayer. So I'm just gonna show you the whole healing process. Please ignore my notes. So that's the beginning of the invocation. And then this is the other side of it if you wish to screenshot that. And here is the card itself if you wish to have a close-up of that too. So pile 4, that is where I'm going to leave this reading. Thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for being here and for letting my ads play in the background, because that is one of the simplest and easiest ways to support me and show appreciation for what I do. But if you would like to show me appreciation in any other ways, you can like this video, you can comment down below, let me know how it resonates, and you can subscribe if you haven't already. You can click that little notification bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading, and feel free to comment down below, let me know if this reading helped you at all and if you enjoyed it, all that jazz, if it resonated. You can also check out my candles. Be sure to use code ASO10 for 10% off. You can check out my merch. You can check out the Kickstarter down below, though that's not supporting me, but I will definitely be getting those cards if the Kickstarter does get supported. I also have social media merch, I think I already said, or you can check out a reading with an extended. That is also helpful. But that is all I have for you guys. So thank you so much for watching and for being here and for giving me the opportunity to read your cards. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night, whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye.